All right, welcome back to part two. Part two of the series we're going to be doing. I don't think it'll be many parts, but here we're building a marketplace for NFTs, where the NFTs are chatbots that have unique personalities. So in the last little stream I did, which was last night, I built the AI side of this, where essentially we were in a position where we could, we were in a position where we could actually create chatbots, give them a unique personality, and from there we were in a better position as well to we were in a position to essentially have a way to you could train up your personal chatbots using the user interface, and from there we had it so that everybody could everybody could have conversations with the trained bot. So let me go back to YouTube, and I want to go ahead and grab my live stream so that I can get a link, and I want to put it on to the internet. Let's go ahead and let's think. How do I get my live stream link? It should give me my URL easily. That would be nice. So I think I need to go to my channel. I always struggle with these live streaming things. Well, I struggle with user interfaces in general, but I'm going to my channel, and it should tell me that I'm live at the moment, and I should be able to click on this. Yep. All right, here it is. So I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to go to Twitter, and I'm going to tweet out the live stream that it is happening. I'm also going to go to another place where there are people who might be interested in this. In this event. So I'm gonna send out a couple of basically messages, right? What I want to do here is I want to make it so that people are aware that I am in fact live. So that way they join, right? So a little tagline I thought of for this, before we get into the code stuff, is train and trade AI chatbots with unique personalities as NFTs on Bitcoin SV. So I'll post that little tagline here, and all right, cool. I will try to keep my eye on the chat. Let's see if this is actually a stream that's going to work. Yep, great. Everything appears to be good. Now I'm going to put the screen back how it was. And right, let's just get started with part two here. So I'm going to close out of some things. I want to have my chat up here in case people say hello, everyone. All right, so I should be able to access my chat here. I can see if people are watching. And actually, one thing I want to do, let me blank my screen once again. I'll just put up my webcam while my screen is blank. Is I want to put this on there's one other platform I thought that I should share this link on so that everybody can see what's going on. Let's go ahead and copy it, and I'm just going to put this in another place. Well, there are a few places I could actually share this. So this part we already have, to fill you in from last time. We already have the chatbot side built, and this time we're going to be building the NFT marketplace side. So you actually have chatbots now. You can already use the interface to give them their own little custom personalities. And now we're going to actually be using the blockchain to make NFTs that can be traded. I think I'll post in here. I think they'd be okay with me doing that. So shout out to Script and their community of developers. It's been a good resource for learning this stuff. And you know what the heck, I'll put it in Atlantis as well. So Unwriter and all the people from the Atlantis Slack can maybe see what we have going on as well. All right, I'm done with the shameless self-promotion part of this live stream. Now we'll actually move on to what we're doing. So let's go ahead and move back to this, and it looks like we have one person watching. So so welcome, and hello to all right, welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and get back to what we were doing, right? So to summarize from last time, where we left off was this is the idea, right? So the idea is that you have you can make your own AI chatbots with ease using a simple user interface and train them up with custom personalities. So I trained up Steve Jobs yesterday at the end, where we could create a bot and give him Steve Jobs, and then we could basically make him end every sentence with "It's really great." I mean, Steve Jobs, actually, I was thinking about this after I got off the stream yesterday, and he's a little bit more, I mean, yeah, he'll sometimes say it's really great, but if he doesn't say it's really great, then he'll be very, very negative and give very negative feedback as well. So anyways, we got some UI views built. Let's spin up the browser and the code to actually get into it here. I have my backend running on port 4444. And I actually, I made some changes I did some DevOps side stuff, you know, just because it's very involved with secret variables and whatnot. I wanted to do some of that yesterday and this morning before I got on the stream, just because I didn't want to blank out my screen for a long time dealing with a whole bunch of secret variables and, you know, things that you have to plug in to deploy something. So a lot of that work should now be done, and we should be ready to. So we got front end terminal in the middle, back end terminal on the left, and if I go to my browser and I go to localhost, right here I am. Here's my interface here, and so there are a few things I'd like to do. I got kind of tired at the end there yesterday, and I didn't do some of the things that I wanted to. But our user interface here, and bear with me if I either if the camera isn't the best. So I can create a new chatbot, and I can say, right, here's some training messages. But this interface, you know, I was kind of tired when I did this, so it's not the best. Let's make this interface a little bit better, right? The way that you actually make a new chatbot in the app, let's make that part just look a little bit nicer. So we'll go to I'll collapse the back end for now, and we're in front end, and we're in the, we'll go to the My Bots page, which is where you actually go to, you know, train these guys up. And let's add a style sheet. So this doesn't previously have a style sheet. We're just going to add a, what is it? Is it called make think it's make styles or something. MUI material styles, something like that. And I should be able to say use styles. And we should be able to pass in now something like training messages grid. That'll be a class. And we'll call this my bots. It's going to be just a grid, right? And if you don't like grid, and if you like Flexbox instead, well, you could do this with Flexbox, but I think that is a grid way of doing this, and we'll say grid gap 0.5 EMs. All right. So there's going to be 3 columns, right? Because right now all of these things are, whoops, all these things are, well, yeah, now it's giving me errors, but all right, what's the error that it's actually giving me? Because that could be important. Cannot resolve MUI material styles. Is it just MUI styles? I think it might just be MUI styles. I don't remember all this front end stuff any longer. It's been too long. All right, now we have that, it looks like. So we got this use styles, and I can make classes out of this. So I can come down here into the React component. Use styles, and now I can come into this, and I have a div where I have my actual text fields and stuff. And I should be able to, oh, I don't even have a div. This is just all put in here directly. So let's make a div around those training messages. And what did I call that? I called that training messages grid. So classes dot training messages grid. And I'll scroll past all that stuff, and then I'll go down and I'll say close off the div. Okay, so there should now be a grid with training messages in it. And let's see if I refresh the page. And I go back. Do I get an error? Maybe I get an error. Make styles is not defined. Make styles is not defined. Okay, so I go up to here and I say, that's called make styles, and that's imported from a typo. Make styles. Right. There we have it. That's kind of is this what I want? This is not what I want. Okay, so I think I messed up because, well, let's think. Why did I mess up? The div, which does this, so we have one div for each of these, and then inside of that, right. So I'm just going to make this into a fragment. And I'm going to go up here and make this into a fragment. And that way we don't get extra divs everywhere, and that way our styles work. So I should now see what I want, right? That's what I want. Okay, what I wanted was users to be able to have these messages, these training messages, and you can add a training message if you want, right? So that way we can make the user, the AI thing kind of do what we want. A couple of changes though, because obviously these messages are really short, and we want to be able to read all of them. So that would be nice. We want to make the text fields multi-line. So multi-line, and I think I want to make them a little bit wider too. So I'm going to give this a class name, and we'll just say training MSG field. So I'll copy this class name and we'll go up and we'll go ahead and let's just make it a little bit let's just make it a little bit wider. So min width of 20 EMs or something like that. All right. So when I go to create a training message, right, now I can see that, well, I get to see the whole message every time. So this is the default. When you go to make a bot, you get to basically say, you know, you get to train your bot, basically. You get to tell it how you want it to behave. And I don't think that min width is being applied properly for some reason. Let me inspect this. I mean, it could be 20. I could be just really bad at guessing how many EMs we have here. But I'm not exactly sure yet. So let's go ahead and inspect this text field, which I think is this one, and just see, yeah, there is min width, but why isn't it doing anything? It says invalid property, 20 EN. I guess EN doesn't exist. That's not a thing. All right. So yeah, that's a little bit better. Now the problem, of course, is that it's going wider than the dialogue, and so we need to make the dialogue be wider. But is 20 enough? Like, should it be wider than 20? I think it should be maybe. Yeah, I think at least 25. Okay, so I'll make the change. So 25 EMs instead of ENs, because we don't need that. And okay, so you can make a new training message, and you can see the training messages. Now let's just make the dialogue a little bit wider, because you know it's just not enough. So we'll give this a open. I can actually make this on close equals, well, no, there's a cancel button. I don't want people to be able to just hit escape and close it. I want them to click the cancel button if they want it to close, because you could have some large pieces of text in here you don't want to lose or something. But what I do want is it width or size? Width equals LG or something like that. I'm guessing this API. I don't know what this API is. I don't remember all these things. Let's go to MUI dialog and look up how to do the thing. So how do you make a dialogue that's wider than you know what it otherwise would be? Simple dialogue. No. I just want to see the API. Give me the API. Basic dialogue. I just want to know how to make a dialogue wider. I don't want to see all this stuff. Full screen dialogue. Okay, I'm going to actually go back and say API. I just want to see the API. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I can provide it some values such as, well, open, which is required, children, classes, full screen, full width. That's what I want. Full width will be true, and I can give it max width. I bet if I just provide it full width, then maybe it'll do what I want. Full width, so that's how we make the dialogue happen for this. And now if I open this up, it's still not full width. Huh. Imagine that when they make an API for this, it's not what I want. Max width, I can make that max width equals XL, or false. Determine the max width of the dialog. Set to false to disable max width. So I'll say max width equals false on the dialog. And okay, that's better. I like that. I actually like that a lot. Okay, so the text fields have a min width. And then if the screen gets smaller than the text fields can be, then they just say, no, I'm not doing it. But at that point, well, at that point, I'm kind of thinking maybe that's super wide. Maybe max width should be like XL, extra large. All right, so you create a bot, you got these training messages, so you can make your bot have its own personality. And if you're on an extra large screen, then it's like that, right? That's kind of how I'd want it. So it'll be a new training message. You can add new training messages to your bot. So basically this one, the default is like you can make your bot like act like Steve Jobs and end every sentence with it's really great. Or you can make your bot do whatever you want, right? And then you can delete messages that you don't want in this, and that's pretty simple. So I think that's 1,000 times better than it was yesterday, because you couldn't even hardly use it yesterday. You got a motto for the bot, and you got a name. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of space. So like that. And let's add an icon to this button just to make it look a little nicer. And so it's going to be what? Start icon equals we'll want add, and we'll say variant outlined, something like that. All right, so I'll get add from the icons, and we'll just, all right. So there should now be a little add button, and it should be a little bit better looking now. I mean, it's, it's not great, but it's, I don't need that many spaces in between them. So I'll get rid of one of them. Okay. All right. That's better. I like that. I like that. You can now create new training messages. There's not enough space between the motto and the name and everything. So let's just add some spaces between that, and change the default motto and name as well to be consistent with our Steve Jobs as the example. So let's go ahead and make spaces between that and this. Right. So it's just gonna, wait, what? Why is it telling me I can't do that? Oh boy, expected corresponding closing tag for, so I didn't close one of them. Ah, of course. All right. We got the name and the example motto, and you got some training messages. If you delete all the training messages, then you can add new ones. And their default user, you can change them to system or assistant or user. And that's how the training messages work, right? That's how you actually, and why is that showing nothing? That's annoying. That's really annoying. It should say roll when you click on it like that, but it doesn't. So let's just make this interface look slightly better. The select Right. So we're telling it the label equals role, but it's not putting that up for some reason. So I'll delete it. I don't need to label it. It's pretty clear what that is. All right. And I can tab these in because it looks slightly better. Okay. Now our code is, not readable, but it's closer to being readable. Now we can change the name to Steve Jobs, and we can just change the motto to, what was Steve Jobs' motto? Does Steve Jobs have an actual motto? One of the most famous Jobs, stay hungry, stay foolish. All right, perfect. We'll use that. Okay. Stay hungry, stay foolish. I'll let the bot know what its motto is, so that when we create a bot, it's now gonna, all right. So here it is. We have a new user interface. With my bots, I can create a bot called Steve Jobs, and that's the motto for Steve Jobs. And let's just now create this bot, right? So I'll open my network tab I'll open my browser here, and yeah, create. Here we are. We're in Steve Jobs' bot. I can go back. I can see him on the list. There's his motto, and I can now create a new conversation with this bot. So I'll just say new conversation, and I can now send a message to this conversation. Hi, Steve. What is your motto? My motto is stay hungry, stay foolish. We should always be curious, always questioning, and never be satisfied with the status quo. It's really great because, of course, every message also has to respond with "it's really great" at the end. So yeah, now we have the Steve Jobs bot, and it's got these training messages on it. Okay, so we got a few people watching now. That's cool. Welcome everybody to the chat. Full width equals true. Thank you. I will try to check the chat when I'm running into errors. I'm not an expert on this. Well, okay, so I used to do movie work about a few years ago. I'm gonna make this look a little bit nicer too. Well, okay, so let me put it to the people watching. Do you guys think I should spend some time to make these front ends, look all right, or should we just ignore the styling and the fact that this is, I'll hit cancel on this. Well, we could ignore the styling and the fact that this is like red. I could make this into a list with list item text and stuff, and make this kind of nice, or we could do I want this to be a usable app that people actually like to use, because I think it's going to be a big thing, like when it actually becomes successful. So, I don't know. I'm torn between whether I should work on the styling and make this look cool so that people actually want to use it and it's like exciting, because I'm excited to do that. I'm also, okay, so what I wanted to do next is API authentication and just some general cleanup, like, well, not general. I wanted to make the users actually I wanted to make the backend aware of user identity, so that way the backend server that runs this can know who users are. And then after that, I wanted to allow the users to list the bots. So, should I do a thorough but slower approach where maybe I am more working on the more working on making it look nice, or should I work more on the just go through and get all the technology working properly and then make everything look nice, because I'm happy to do either one. Now the cool thing and what I got working yesterday is this context, so I can now say, like, why did you pick it, and then the bot knows what I was referring to about its motto, which was my previous message all the way up here. So I picked this motto because I believe that staying hungry and staying foolish is what allows people to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. It's about never losing your sense of wonder and always pushing the boundaries of what is possible. It's really great. I can't get over that. It just, I don't know. I don't know why that's funny to me, but let's see. I don't know what the latency is on this, so okay. Well, we'll just go ahead with oh wow, we'll go ahead with working on the technology side a little bit. So API authentication, right? That's something we need to do. We need to make it so that the system knows who a user is. And so let's go ahead and I've just closed my Babbage stage line, and that way that way we can test some things. The system needs to know who the user is, so we need to have an identity. And the metanet allows you to have identities, so let's just install the software required to make identities work. So we need the Babbage SDK. Do we need the SDK directly? I don't think so. I think we need the React prompt. So what this is going to do is it's going to make it so that when you use this app, you have to have a metanet identity. So I'll just install this into the app and you'll see what I mean. So I'll just import React prompt. I always get this mixed. Babbage, and then we just say prompt. And what this does, it says this app will work when a Babbage user is installed. Right, so refresh. And did that work? Oh, it's still refreshing. And now it's saying, okay, so it wasn't in braces. I always get that mixed up, whether it's in braces or not. This is going to allow a user to hopefully, yep, there it is. Okay, so it says example app. So basically this just pops up until you launch up your metanet client. So I'll launch up my metanet client, and it'll show this screen again, right? So that's kind of what I wanted. I can now quit my metanet client, because what I want to do is customize that dialog a little bit. So I'll refresh this, and now suddenly, yeah, right. It's not going to let the app open yet until you launch the metanet client. So that way the metanet, the app can be aware of user identity. App name equals, and we'll say chat. It's bot crafter. It's not chat crafter. Bot crafter and author Ty Everett. I don't know, author URL. And I can give a description. And the description can be, oh, I had a nice one. What was it? It was in my README. So the description I wanted to use is something like this, okay? And there's an empty array of screenshots. That way it doesn't show the screenshots. All right. Does this work? It's going to reload or no? Is there an error? The error is JSX value should be either an expression or a, oh, it's because I put a, this has to be inside of like that, I think. It's loading? No, here it goes. Right, there it is, Bot Crafter by Ty Everett, and empty array of screenshots. There's my app description and it's waiting, right? So that's what I want, right? When someone visits the app and they don't have the metanet, they need to get the metanet. So now I'll launch my metanet client again, and it'll just go ahead and open it up, right? So there's that. And what I want to do now is actually allow these applications to emerge on top of here. So the backend needs to be aware of user identity, right? All those things that are in the backend that we talked about yesterday, things like, well, inside of here, we have identity keys. So if I go look in the storage engine, things like does user exist or create user with a name, etc., that requires an identity key to requires an identity key. So we need to be able to find out what the identity key of the particular user is, and that comes from the metanet client they have installed, right? So when they create a metanet account, they have an identity key, and that's kind of how we can identify people. So that uses a system called authwrite. So we'll just install authwrite. And because we have the metanet prompt in this app, we can now enforce that. And I'll check up on this. Okay, so yeah, for those joining, we're building an NFT marketplace for AI chatbots with custom personalities. We have Steve Jobs here. And I just installed authwrite for doing the client side of this, and now we're going to put it on the back end as well. That way the authwrite express can be installed on the back end. So I will now import equals and so what I can do is, right, I'm looping through all of my API functions, but before I do any of that, I want to enforce authwrite on basically all of them. So app.use authwrite.middleware, and I pass in a server private key and the base URL. Basically are the two required things for authwrite. And that way the server has an identity that the client can know. And before I did the stream, I did server private key. So there's that. And base URL is going to be node end. Well, it's going to be hosting domain. And I did not configure that in my local environment yet. So actually what I need to do is just blank my screen temporarily. And I need to make it so that when people use this properly, let's think, how do I, here we are. I need to set this up so that I'm putting in my env file, hosting domain. That's local host 4444. And that goes into the env file, and I'm closing out of the env file. All right, so I just had to set up that environment variable. Now I'll bring everything back, and now we should have authRight on the server. And what that means is that inside of each of these API routes, we can pass in an identity key. So passing in this some rec.body, really what we want to do is rec.body, as well as identity key, which comes from rec.authRight.identity key. So basically this is a loop. We're looping over all of the functions that we have for our backend, and we're adding an identity key to all of them, so that when we do something like checking, getting the list of bots that we own, it knows who we are, versus just having identity key be undefined like it was until now. So that way this server is aware of the client's user identity. And so that's how that is going to work. Let's go ahead and well, let me check the thing here. Yeah, if people have questions about any of this, just put them in the chat. I will go ahead and so I've installed authRight on the server. I want to relaunch the server. See if it spins up properly. It looks like it does. So now the server should be enforcing authRight. So any API call to the server needs to use authRight now, basically. So let's go ahead and refresh this page. It shouldn't work. Why doesn't it work? We get an error. We get a bunch of errors. What are the errors? It's trying to read map of undefined. There's no exception handling on there, so right, in the mybots component, it's trying to read map of undefined. And if we go look in the network tab to actually see what's going on, the server should now refuse to answer this question. So we're asking it, right, it's saying the missing authRight header. We can't use the authRight header, and we're trying to ask it basically, what bots do I have? But it's like, well, I don't know who you are, so I can't tell you who. I don't, it's not going to tell me what bots I have until it knows who I am now. So let's go ahead and change that. Let's go ahead and make it so that we can use authRight on the client side to tell the server who we are. And meanwhile, I think we'll also add some exception handling to a few of these pages. So the mybots page, right? The mybots page, we want to go ahead and right now we're using a thing called Boomerang for HTTP, which is up here. And that just is basically HTTP, it's an HTTP library. So if I just change that to authRight, import authRight from authRight.js, I think that's correct. Yeah, I think so. So now instead of using Boomerang here, we use the fetch API through authRight. So this is going to be new. authRight.fetch. And this is a little bit different than the Boomerang syntax. It's just fetch, and you pass in the URL. It's like the fetch API for HTTP. So there is the fetch that we're making. And so it's going to be method. So there's the body. This is going to be body for now. So there's the body of the request we're making. And basically all these requests are going to be authRight requests instead of the HTTP requests. Right, wait, let's think. That needs to be there. Okay. All right. All right, okay. So, method post, and you give the body, and we say JSON.stringify this object. All right. And I'm going to console.log the, so it's response.body. This is a handle create. This is how you create a bot, I guess. So in this context, I don't know why all of these things are back here. When what is wrong here? So there's some indenting problem. I'm just gonna install a linter really quick because this is gonna start to bother me. Just bear with me. I'm putting a linter in so we can make things. It's important to make your code. It's important to invest the time, I say, to make your code nice. I mean, if you're going to live in your code base for 10 years, you should try to just take the time out of your day or your week to make it nice. What's the problem with the lint? Okay, so it's telling me there's a bunch of linter errors. So typography is defined but never used, but there's no critical. Okay, so yeah, there's some things that are defined but never used, but now the formatting shouldn't be absolutely atrocious, I don't think. I would hope not. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay. All right. So we need to be able to get the response back from authorite. And what I like to do actually is make a little wrapper around it, because there's some error handling that can be done pretty easily if done properly. So I'm going to make a new utils folder, and I'm going to make a wrapper for this HTTP and with error handling, basically. So new file is going to be called request, right? This is how you request something. So I'm going to use the boomerang syntax because that's what I'm using everywhere. Module dot it's export default. It's a function. It's async, and I want you'll see why that's there in a second. So we're going to use authorite to make the requests, and we're going to toastify errors. And I'm going to go back to here, grab, let's think. Let's think here. So the request, okay, so up here I'm actually going to make the authorite client. And that way it's global, basically. So we can use it. Try to we will try to make the request. Wait, that's not how we're doing. We check for the error after we get the response, I think. Well, let's think. So we can basically making an HTTP wrapper, and all right. So that should work. We're basically saying make an auth-write request with the given method and parameters as a body. So JSON stringified body, which is going to basically be all the requests that we're making in this context. So there's response, and then we need to take the response and actually parse it. So buffer.from response.body.toString UTF-8. So we're parsing the JSON body, okay? And then we can check for any errors. So if there's an error, we'll error out the parsed body, and we will also toast.error parsed body.description, or parsed body.message if there is no description. Or request failed if there's, God forbid, no description for the error, no message for the error, and nothing else. Okay, so basically now we have a little wrapper around auth-write, which we can plug in. So that does standard HTTP error handling. Like, a lot of this stuff is not Bitcoin, it's just like basic web development stuff, okay? So, I mean, let's go back to Chrome and so I can now hopefully use this this wrapper in my HTTP context on the My Bots page. So let's go ahead and do that. I want to import the wrapper that I've just made. And so I'm in Pages right now. So I'll go up. All right, so I'll call this request. Okay, so I got request. I don't need auth-write in here because now I put it into a wrapper. And it should be as simple as basically, okay, this is now back to how it was before, right? Because I've just used the syntax. Post, right? And the body is going to be the third parameter. Okay. So, right. That's how that's going to work. And we need a response, obviously, needs to be returned. I didn't return it. So, if there's an error, then we do that and we return, or then we throw. Should we throw an error if there's an error, or should we just... I guess we should return the parsed body still, even though it's an error. And, well, regardless, we should return parsed body, shouldn't we? It's like kind of the whole idea. So let's just do that. All right. So, my bots page now uses this request thing for that, and let's switch it out for here as well. And I think it's just as simple as doing that now. All right. So everywhere that there is boomerang, we're going to import. First, we're going to call it request from, and then it's going to be utils request. Okay. So request from utils request. And finally, request from utils request. So it just basically dropped in auth_right as a way to do user authentication for the API. All right, because before there was no authentication. So let's refresh this and see what happens. So, okay, we're getting client.fetch is not a function. Is it request? I think it might be called request. This does tell us that the error handling is working because we're seeing that error in the little all right, it's loading, it looks like. I don't know what it's doing. Refresh. And here it is. The app bot crafter would like to access your identity key. We'll allow that. And that way it can know who you are, right? The app bot crafter would like to access your auth_right message signature. And this counterparty, by the way, is the public key for the private key that I put in as the server private key for the server. So we'll just grant that. And did it work? If it worked, there's no bots, I don't think, right now. So it is called find own bots, or list own bots rather. It's going to tell us, you know, you don't have any bots. But I think it worked. So let's create a bot, because I also dropped in that for the create bot thing. So let's just create Steve Jobs, the default bot, create bot, and do we get Steve Jobs? Well, yes, but we didn't modify the, oh, I thought we did. I thought we did modify all of them. Let's think, what's going on? Do we get an error? It looks like we got the bot ID for the Steve Jobs bot. Let's go to the create page, or we're in the bot page now. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading map. What happened? What happened? So I'm on the bot page for the Steve Jobs bot, which we've just created. And when I load it up here, it tells me It's trying to read something undefined of map. So the bot page for Steve Jobs response is await request. When it loads, response is await request, and it's going to say find bot by ID, and you give it the ID, and we say result. So let's look at the network tab, because I think the network tab is going to give us, yeah. So it's calling list conversations with bot. It's saying you do not appear to own this bot. Interesting. Okay. So do we see that pop up in the? There's an actual friendly error. Like when does it show it up on the screen here? When I refresh this page, it doesn't show me that error, does it? When I call list conversations with bot, am I passing in the identity key in the server side? Oh, there's a server side error. Okay, let's see what the server side error is, because that appears to be the real problem, it looks like. So it's telling me error, you do not appear to own this bot. Oh, okay. And that's going to print a few times, I bet. Yep. So I'll go to the server then. Let's look at the backend. Why is the backend telling me that I don't appear to own this bot? Well, list conversations with bot. List conversations with bot. It's gonna, if does user own bot identity key and bot ID, then it's gonna say you do not appear to own this bot. That makes sense. So does user own bot? Well, and does, so that's one other thing. Does user own bot? Some X where X owner identity key. Owner identity key is equal to identity key. So I guess the I guess when you create a bot, right? That's creator identity key. So owner identity key, but we need to just call this identity key because of the way that we pass that into everything. So the identity key is the sender, so it's just right. So the create bot was not properly, so this was not passed in properly by authwrite. It was passed in as just identity key. And therefore, when the bot got created, it was created with an owner identity key of, or an owner identity key was undefined. And therefore, when we went to request the bot, well, undefined doesn't equal my identity key, and therefore it said I didn't own the bot. That makes sense to me. Okay. So now, this bot is invalid because, well, no one owns it. Well, the owner of the bot is undefined. I need to restart the backend. I think I did already. Yeah, it restarted. So here's welcome. I want to go to my bots. So the welcome page as well. Like I should fix that right now. So here's my bots. Well, I'll fix the welcome page in a second. The my bots page. I'm going to create Steve Jobs again. And now there's Steve Jobs. And here we see him, right? We can actually see Steve Jobs and we can see the motto, and I can go back and I can list my bots. I can click on Steve Jobs and see the information about Steve Jobs. And that means that we have user authentication. That means that the backend actually now knows who the owner of every bot is. And if somebody else came onto this system and used a different identity key, they would not see Steve Jobs. So now Steve Jobs is not just a bot, but he is my bot, because it knows what a user is. So that's an important milestone. Now we have user authentication. I can now create a new conversation with Steve Jobs, and let's just talk to Steve Jobs a little more. Just to, I enjoy talking to Steve Jobs. I don't know, what is your biggest regret? Okay, my biggest regret was not properly acknowledging my first daughter, they said. Oh, this is gonna be a crazy app. People are gonna go wild with this. I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't predict what's gonna happen. Um, wow. Okay. So now we know what Steve Jobs' biggest regret was, according to this AI chatbot thing. And I have a new conversation in the conversations list and you know, all the rest. Okay. So a little bit sluggish. You know, what the heck? It's new technology. It'll get better as time goes on. So yeah, pretty crazy, I would say. Pretty crazy, I would say, what we can do with it. All right, so now we have API authentication, and we have users that exist and that own bots, and they can train their bots and they can make conversations with bots. And the conversations that are made with bots can include any number of different things. Let's go back to the original document that kind of describes this and see what the users want to be able to do and what they can now do. Okay. So make your own. Yep, that's correct. That's done. Buy and sell. Is that really next? Wow. This is actually going a lot faster and smoother than I thought. There is only one issue. Yep, that's all. That's all still correct. Buying a chatbot will not reveal how it was trained. Okay. Users need to create a chatbot with parameters. That is done. List their own chatbots. Done. List conversations with a bot. Done. Create new conversations. Done. List messages in a conversation. Done. Send messages in existing conversation. Done. And okay. Wow. We are in fact to the marketplace. We're now going to make it so that people can list a chatbot they own on the marketplace. List bots for sale on the marketplace, and buy a bot that is listed for sale. Okay. Users also need to receive payments for bots that were sold. That is one thing. Receive payments for bots that were sold. All right, so UI views. We got the My Bots view, the bot view, which is about specific bots, and the conversation view, which is where you can chat with a bot. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's think about this. This is pretty crazy. We need a marketplace view where you can see all the bots for sale in the marketplace. And we need a list. We need a couple of API functions for listing the bot and seeing the bots that are currently listed for sale. I guess you'll also want to be able to unlist your bot. That's like not MVP though. So we'll just make it so when you list your bot, it's kind of listed until someone buys it. I guess you could buy it from yourself. We won't disallow that. You want to buy it back. And then we'll do the blockchain integration after we do that stuff. So let's think about this a little bit. The welcome page is one area that needs to be improved. And the welcome page also probably should. Well, but that's not really important. The important thing is the marketplace now, isn't it? Okay, so we need a way to put chatbots on the marketplace and then to transfer them between users. Let's write that code. Let's write that code. So we're in the storage engine. Are we? Yes, we are. Okay. All right, so we got the code for sending a message to a bot. Let's now go ahead and make a function for listing bot, list bot on marketplace. So we're going to need the identity key of the lister. We're going to need the bot ID, and we're going to need the amount the bot is being listed for. All right. So that's all that's needed to list a bot on the marketplace. We need to make sure that the user owns the bot before you can list it on the marketplace. And we also need to make sure that it's not already on the marketplace. So does user own bot? We'll check this, right? So if the user does not own the bot, then you do not appear to own this bot. Okay? And now we just need a way to check that the bot is not already on the marketplace. So let's just say we need a function is bot on marketplace. So let's write that function. That's not going to be a hard one. Is bot on marketplace, and it takes in the bot ID, and we just basically say return this.marketplace.sum x, where x dot bot ID is equal to the bot ID that was passed in. So if there is some marketplace bot where the bot ID is equal to the bot ID we're checking, then the bot is on the marketplace. Okay. Wow. If the bot is already on the marketplace, this dot is bot on marketplace bot ID, then there's a problem because this bot is already on the marketplace. So it must be one of your bots that is not already on the marketplace. And if you have a bot that you've made that is not already on the marketplace, then you should be able to list it on the marketplace. So I don't know, this dot marketplace dot push, and we'll just say bot ID, amount, and the seller is identity key. All right. Now we have a function for putting a bot on the marketplace. That's not hard. So let's go ahead and write the code for viewing the bots on the marketplace. Okay, it's going to be list marketplace bots. Do we care who's listing? Do we need authentication on this? I don't think so. So it's just going to return this dot marketplace, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's just listing, right? It'll give you the bot IDs and the and it'll give you the seller, the amount, and that's all. Okay. Maybe we should hydrate the. We should probably hydrate this with information about the bots, though. So we'll give it get bot info or something. Where's find bot by ID? Right, find bot by ID. Okay, so that should hydrate the marketplace listings with all information about the bot, including its name, its motto, everything except for its training messages. We definitely don't want to reveal its training messages to anybody ever. All right. So training messages is undefined. And actually, if I wanted this cleanly, well, I don't want to delete, but I'll just, in this case, right? Yeah, I guess it's going to be training messages undefined. Okay, so there's a function for listing a bot on the marketplace and a function for seeing all the available bots on the marketplace. Okay. And now we need a function for buying a bot. That's going to be a little more complicated because we actually need to facilitate the transfer of Bitcoin SV. Let's go ahead and do that. So buy bot from marketplace, and it's going to be who's the buyer. Is there going to be a no, it'll be bot ID, so the ID of the bot you want to buy. And you need to pass in an actual, how are we going to do this? Does the server hold the funds for the client? Or does So I'm thinking how we can actually the server is going to receive funds on behalf of the seller, acting as an escrow of sorts. Add to the seller's sort of balance, or yeah, balance. A certain amount, so that when the seller comes online, the seller can then reclaim that amount. And that payment going from the buyer to the escrow is going to be used packet pay, and the payment to the seller is going to use a direct payment. So let's go ahead and right, so the user needs a balance. We need to do a couple things. There's a couple of cleanup things that just entered my mind. Firstly, we need to make sure that every user exists, right? And maybe actually, yeah, every user needs to a user needs to exist before they can do anything. It's like create, right? Okay, does user exist? That's great. Create bot, but the bot should only be able to be created if the user exists. So every single one of these, if not okay. So if the user doesn't exist, they can't create a bot. The reason why I'm doing all this stuff is because the user also is going to have a, when you create a user, it's going to have balance. Now that balance is temporary, and it's just to let you it's to let you have the when somebody pays you, you're not online. The server's online. The server receives that payment. It facilitates transfer of the bot. When you come online, you'll have a positive balance, and the server will pay you your positive balance minus a marketplace commission. That's how this is going to work. So does user own bot? Well, if the user doesn't exist, they can't check whether they own a bot. All right. A user cannot create a conversation if they do not exist. A user cannot list conversations with a bot unless the user exists. A bot accessing a conversation is not a relevant thing to this. The identity key, so when you list conversation messages, you have to exist. Find bot by ID, well, that's not relevant. Send message, if you want to send a message to a bot, then most certainly you have to exist. Is somebody calling me? Okay, I'm gonna pause this stream. How do I do this? All right, I am back. I apologize for that, everybody. I don't know if people are still watching. I don't blame you if you're not. That was a long interruption. Well, I had to run down and take care of some things. So just we're coming back now. Let me see what that did to our view counts. Yeah, that did drop pretty low. So we are back now. Yeah, we got 2 people watching. And what does people say in the chat? Would payment tokenator with a pure serve be beneficial in this context for exchanging payment? If it was peer-to-peer, Braden, then yes, it would. If it is not peer-to-peer, then we want to do it like how Tempo does artist commissions, where we have a server, like a key server that basically hangs on to the balance and then charges a marketplace commission. So I would say at some point we can do something like that, but not yet. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, there are different architectures. Like that would be cool. Perhaps for the transfer of the NFTs themselves, we'll do that when we put those on chain. But for the payment side, I think we'll use this, so the marketplace can take a commission, and then we'll get packet pay enforcing itself as well. So we need to set up packet pay for the server so that it can accept payment, right? So let's we got list marketplace bots, we got buy, we got identity key, bot ID, and does it take the payment already? I think it's already taken the payment. So and the amount, okay, payment amount, that's going to be a special parameter like identity key is. And so when somebody buys, we'll just assume that this is facilitated already. We need to add the amount of the payment amount to the seller's balance on the server. This dot, how are we going to do this? We need to find a user and add to their amount based on the identity key. So we need to find the seller. No, it's going to be identity key. No, it's going to be bot ID. So that's going to be finding the marketplace entry for the bot. And So basically, we're going to add to the user balance, x.balance equals x.balance plus payment amount. And so this dot users, let me just return x. All right, so that basically says find the marketplace entry, subtract, or no, add this payment amount to the balance of the user who sold the bot. Now we need to actually transfer the ownership of the bot. So that's going to be a similar deal here. This dot bots equals this dot bots dot map x if x dot bot ID is equal to the bot ID that we're selling, then x dot owner identity key is equal to the identity key of the person who's making this transaction, the buyer. So now the buyer owns the bot. All right. And I'm sure there's a better way of doing this than to loop through every single user and every single bot every single time. Oh yeah, and then we also have to loop through, we have to delete the marketplace entry now. So you have to find the, is there a array.prototype. I think it's not splice or something. But that's even worse concurrency. Well, all of this is really bad concurrency. We need to delete the marketplace entry with the particular ID that we're dealing with here. So that's going to be something like, I mean, all this could be so much faster if we were using hash maps instead of arrays for tracking all this in memory, but it's not designed to be in memory. We're going to use a database server for the future. I'm just doing this for simplicity. Although I wish I would have used a database server for this part, because it's going to be deployed. This dot marketplace dot splice. So the delete count is going to be 1, and the thing we're going to want to find is find index. How do you do that? Find calls predicate. Okay, so it's predicate x, where x dot bot ID is equal to. So we remove the bot from the marketplace after it is sold, and we add to the user's balance. And we need to set up packet pay stuff still. The other thing is, if we want to make a marketplace commission, we wouldn't add the entirety of the payment amount. You know, if we want to be, right, so they get 85% or something. How greedy do we want to be? What should be a marketplace commission? 15%, that's pretty high. But we facilitate so much of this, and there's going to be expenses that we have to pay because of the you know, the OpenAI API fees and stuff. Like, they charge you every time someone sends a message to the bot. We might monetize that part with packet pay too. So I'm going to start high with the commission for the marketplace. And so we're going to add the balance to, 85% of, so they get 85% of the sale price. Okay. All right. Now we need a way to actually pay the user for, right? So we have a way to list bots, to buy a bot. We need a way to pay the user when they when, you know, like basically cash out my balance, right? So cash out, and you get an identity key. You go find your balance. All right. So if the user.balance is less than 1,000 satoshis, then I think that's clear enough, right? Your balance is, but the minimum for cashing out is 1,000 satoshis. All right. So now we know there's 1,000 or more satoshis that we owe the user. So let's go ahead and figure out some code for actually cashing out the user balance. What does Braden says? Braden says maybe the server could have a message box, receive and validate the payment, and submit a new payment with the correct amount to the seller. So you could do message boxes, but because the server is always online, let's see, and then he says, because the server is always online, we don't, so the purpose of message boxes is when there's two users that need to exchange something directly peer-to-peer without both of them being online. But because the server is party to the transaction between the buyer and the server, and because the server is party to the transaction to the from the server to the seller is online in both of those cases, and therefore we can just send it directly over the wire between the parties. So what I want to do is I was going to look up look up some code to steal from somebody who might be watching this stream. And I think this is, I want to, oh, it's private. I think this code is necessary. Yeah, I think it's necessary to use for sending the commission. Where's the route for the commission? Check for royalties, publish. Yeah, this is the one. So we basically just need the key derivation stuff out of here, because so we find the royalty, we get an amount, right? Total amount, do all that stuff, and then we know the total amount. All right, here's the key derivation stuff. This is the stuff that basically pays the royalty to the person. So we get a script, we get a ninja, we then get a transaction, we then send the transaction off to the user. So this is all stuff that requires probably Ninja and BSV and send over. So I'll install all of those onto the server. All right. So now we know that user.balance is what we want to send to the user. So derivation prefix, derivation suffix, and you know we're going to want this we're going to want a transactions thing as well. So just for our records, until we hit Control-C because it's a memory-only storage engine. Just for our records, I will have this.transactions, and we'll push the transaction into here when we send it off. So to get derivation prefix and derivation suffix, get payment address, which uses server private key. That's all correct. And then this is going to be identity key. And it's going to derive the key from the derived public key, outputs the script, and this is going to be user.balance. So we're going to pay the balance of the user to the user. Ninja private key gets constructed with the dojo URL, which I think I added. Did I? I think I added. I don't think I added it. I have to add that to the sent royalty payment to artist. This is going to be different because this is from Tempo. Sent payment to send cash out payment to buyer. Seller to seller. All right, so we send the cash out payment to the seller. Okay, so now we need to do is probably put the transaction somewhere. This dot transactions dot push. Oh, let's make a variable. So we'll return it. Payment equals, and this is going to be. How do we do this here? Sender identity key or something? There has to be something sent back to the wire. Yeah, right. This is what it was. This stuff. Something we send back. So payment, we got transaction, the derivation stuff. User.balance. And then we need to set the user balance equal to 0. So we return payment. We say this dot transactions dot push payment. And then set the user balance to 0, and then return the payment to the caller. Okay, so this is the cashing out function. And I need to set the dojo URL in the env file, so let me do that off screen so that I don't reveal my OpenAI API key. So I'll go to .env, dojo URL, so I've added the dojo URL, the correct one, to the env file. And I should now be able to bring this back. And so now we have the cash out function, which includes the payment that is being sent to the user. All right, so let's think. What was I going to do? Okay, we have the payment in the database now, and I was going to check the right payment in the database, and we'll now want to implement packet pay. So yeah, somebody watching this stream definitely wrote that code that I was using. I was borrowing. All right, so we got Steve Jobs here. So we want to list Mr. Steve Jobs on the marketplace. We want to do we want a function for just getting the user Oh, so, well, we forgot to do a couple things. Right. One of them is there's some things that there's some things that we need to make sure, such as the user needs to still exist during all of these equations. So the user must exist when doing, right, is bot on marketplace. Okay, that's not related to user. But this one, a user must exist and they must own the bot. That's anonymous. Identity key is here. Well, okay. A user must create an account before they can buy a bot from the marketplace. And before they can cash out. And before they can get their balance. Right? So that's how we get a user their balance. If they want to know their balance without cashing out, they can find it by identity key equals identity key and just return balance, okay? So there's that. And they can cash out. Is that all? Is that all the backend code? Is that everything? I'm just like, I mean, yes, I know we have to do packet pay, but they can list on the marketplace. They can see them for sale. They can buy one and they can receive payment. That's all. That's the whole MVP. Wow. All right. Let's do packet pay stuff. Let's make packet pay actually enforce the payment amount. And right. Okay. So yeah, we need to install packet pay then on the back end. So let's just oh yeah, and then I also need to import some libraries that I didn't import, such as Ninja and is it Ninja or import Ninja from import get payment address from sendover import. What did we use? BSV from Babbage BSV. So packet pay is a system that allows us to know what is the, or check what is the price that a person must pay to use a certain endpoint, such as the one that is for buying a bot. So let's actually use packet pay. Let's import packet pay. Oops, let's not use ES6 syntax. Let's see if I used ES6 syntax in the storage engine. Did I use it? I sure did. That's not how we do things around here. Not in this context. Did I? All right, no more ES6 syntax. Let's now go ahead and use packet pay inside of this context. So we're going to app.use packet pay. And here we pass in calculate request price, server private key. Ninja config. It's going to take rec. And ninja config. And this is going to return 0 by default. This is actually going to be needed. We need to construct the engine before we use packet pay, because we need to use the engine to actually check the prices of things inside of this context. So how do we know what the request price is, right? So by default, it's 0. By default, we're just going to let everything go, no matter what. But there is one case, right? Well, as of right now, there's one case where it costs, right? So let's do something simpler though. Let's add a let's add 1,000 Satoshi's fee. For creating a bot. That's simple, right? That's done. Okay, so basically that function right now, it checks and it says you need to pay 1,000 Satoshis every time you create a bot. And it's just that simple, okay? That way there's not just a billion bots floating around everywhere for free. That's going to be one of the dynamics of this marketplace. So that's one thing, okay? The other thing is when we actually buy the bot from the marketplace, we're going to want buy bot from marketplace. Buy bot from marketplace. So if that's the case, we need to figure out what the bot ID is and what the amount is. So we have rec, keep in mind. So I can just say, well, rec.body.botID, and I can find that. Okay, so engine dot marketplace dot find x where x dot bot ID is equal to the bot ID of the bot we're trying to buy. You can say marketplace entry. Okay, marketplace entry. And so we're finding the entry in the marketplace for the bot the user is trying to buy, and we need to know the price. So the price that the user will pay for this is the amount the bot is costing. So therefore, packet pay basically is now set up to look in the database or the storage engine, and to so we should use a get price for bot function. So we're not accessing private, what is the word? When you're doing object-oriented programming, apparently you're not supposed to just reach in and steal data that you shouldn't have access to, but just because it's in JavaScript. So let's make a function called, I don't know, get price for bot. And it takes the bot ID. And it's going to do, of all things, the same thing as this. So I'll just, return, this is going to be engine.get price for bot rec.body.bot ID, right? And I'll go to here and I'll just put this in here because, object-oriented programming. All right. Equals this marketplace dot find, and we're going to return that amount. That should work. Okay, that should work. That should mean that we have a way to get a price for a bot, and we can use that inside Packet Pay. So Packet Pay should now, number one, charge when you try to create a bot, and number two, it should charge when you try to buy a bot from the marketplace. So I think the backend stuff is now completely done. I think. Let's see if anybody's pointing out any compiler errors or any nonsense like that in the chat. Let's go to, where am I? I was looking at that. We're done with that. I always open too many tabs. All right. 2 dots. I don't know. I'll run it and see if it crashes. Just type up npm run start. Hey, what do you know? There's a typo. Unexpected token dot, and that is in line 4 of index. Line 4. Wait. src index line 4? Where am I? Is it in here? It could be in here. I don't know. Let's see. src index.js line 4. And yet, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Oh, I see. I don't know why that showed up as. Await is only valid in async functions. Okay, and that's going to be in. All right. Line 4. I require. Okay, where did I use await? Outside of an async function. Oh boy. Was it in here? That is async. There's one that is inside of, oh, I see. It's probably in the payment one. Yeah, that has to be async. Fair enough. Because that is it's creating something. All right, so there's the function to transfer these. And that should be theoretically good, okay? Theoretically. Let's stop the front end. Back end is running. Packet pay.js. There are two places that need packet pay to actually pay for the buying of these. So I'll close out of the old tab thing and use a new one that's opening up. And let's go start making some front end changes to actually have a marketplace UI and buying and selling of the bots, listing them. So the welcome screen, we need to make the welcome screen for sure, because that's important. Otherwise, users have to exist now, basically. So welcome screen. Oh, and then we need a way to get a name for a user, right? Get name for user, basically. It's like given an identity key, give the name that the user set. That's actually one more backend thing. So let's just go to the engine again, and we'll just say get name for user. So like does user exist is very similar. Get name for user. That's well, how about get user profile? Get own profile. So return this .users.find x. All right, that basically just says give your own user back to you. And then we want the ability to get the name of a foreign user. Well, actually only the name of a buyer of a, let's see. So if someone's a seller on the on the platform, you need to be able to see the name of the person who is selling you the bot. So that's in the find bots, that's in the list function. So listing, let's see. List marketplace bots, right? See, we're hydrating in the bot information, and we also need the user information. Let's just grab this. Oh, but it's a map, and we're inline. How can we do this? This is not good. It can't be inline. Map function is no longer inline. Going to return an object. And the reason why is because we have to get the seller name. Seller name is This.users.find. So we're basically saying, right, get the seller name from the sellers, from the seller's user profile. Okay, so that'll show up on the list of bots like in the marketplace. Now I think the backend stuff is done. So we got get own profile. And can you get own profile if you don't exist? No, of course you can't. So if you don't exist, you don't get to get your own profile. So what the welcome page is going to do is show you your own profile. And facilitate access to the My Bots page and the marketplace page. All right, so let's go build the welcome page. Okay. So the welcome page this is using requests. That's fine. It's going to be in a use effect. Well, let's think. All right, so this is going to be handle create. Name, set name, thinking ahead here. Profile, set profile. All right, so we got typography, text field, button. That should be enough. We'll need a link. For linking to these two pages, and we'll need request. So, first order of business is when the welcome page loads for the first time. No. There. We need to get own profile. All right, so that's the profile. If by chance we need needs create, which is a Boolean, or state variable. We'll do loading later. Okay, so set needs create true, else set profile. So that's going to go grab the profile and put it in the profile variable if we have it. Okay. Otherwise, needs create is going to be true. Needs create will open up text fields for you to enter your name and let you create this. Okay. And then you can call create, and I updated this to use right, handle create. It's going to call create user, give the name, and then it's going to set the profile to be this, and it's also going to set needs create false. Okay. Now we basically just need to render. So, welcome. So basically, needs create. If needs create is rendered, we get one thing, otherwise we get something else. Okay. If needs create is rendered, then we need a text field and a button. And that text field and button is going to be for entering your name and creating your profile. And we'll make that look prettier later. Set text, is that still a thing? I don't think so. Set name, right? Handle create profile. All right, so you enter your name and you create your profile. You don't have one. And if you already have a profile, then you're going to see this. Your name and your balance. And 2 links. So we'll tell them that they're looking at a balance. It's just going to be a random number right now. It'll get better over time. So there's the My Bots link. And there's the marketplace link. All right, so now I think we got a pretty solid welcome page. Let's see if it actually works. That's important, I would say. Then we're going to make sure Packet Pay is working for creating bots, because right now the server should charge 1,000 Satoshis per creating a bot. So I'm on the, is the front end down right now? No, I thought it was back up. Let's see, what's going on in the console here. Probably got some React errors or something. Yep, all right, let's see. So, use effect, no undef, right? Fair enough, we can fix that. React, use state, and there's a use effect. What else? What else? Oh, called getOwnProfile 400, and it said status error description, register your user account before using this action. That's what I want. It says welcome, create your profile. Because it's going to be hard for me to, well, I'll just stop the server if I need to do this again. All right. So when I go to the page for the first time, it's going to say welcome, create your profile. I guess the really only critical things are going to be, well, there needs to be a bit of space. It's not even, okay, there. Now it's still bad, but it's not as bad. Hopefully. So you log in for the first time, it's saying register as your account before taking this action. Is that what I want? Not necessarily, but it's because of that error being thrown inside all of the different, inside our wrapper. So I'll just say my name is Ty, and I'll create my profile. Okay. Now it says, "Welcome Ty, balance 0, bots marketplace." So I'll go ahead and put some spacing in between the 2 links as well. All right. So when I refresh this, it should load my profile. Did it? Let's go to the network tab. Get own profile. Oh, result. I see. So I need to set profile to profile.result. So when it loads now, it should tell me my name is Ty and my balance is 0 and I got bots and marketplace links. All right, so that's the welcome screen. Okay, and there is no logging in or logging out. It's just you have a profile on this server, right? This server knows who your identity key is. It knows that your identity key is associated with a name. There's no way to change your name, and there's no way to delete your account. So we'll be GDPR compliant before we deploy this to production in European countries. But all right, I can go to bots. Now I can see the bots that I have, including maybe what? Oh, well, because I stopped the backend, I don't have any bots. So now I can create a bot. We know the drill. Create bot. There's Steve Jobs. What other questions? Anybody want me to ask any particular questions to Mr. Steve Jobs? I can see what we end up with here. We're looking at a white screen. That's never good. /bot /undefined. Oh, that's not good either. So we called create bot, and yes, of course. Well, why did it do that? Payment required. A BSV payment is required to complete this request. You need to pay to create a bot. So we need to pay 1,000 Satoshis to the server in order to create a bot. Let's go back. Let's add some exception handling so that, things don't randomly break. If there's not an error, then we'll do this. All right, that's probably something that needs to be done in a lot of places. Okay. If there's not an error, then we'll load the messages. Oh, I guess either way, loading is false. We'll send a message rather. Definitely don't want to clear the text field there if there was an error. That wouldn't be good. So that's sending a message to the bot. My bots right? We just did that one. I mean, yeah, we can add these to pretty much everything. And the back end, yeah, it's going to log the error. It's going to say something like, you didn't pay. Oh, register a user before creating this action. We did all this stuff before. So you didn't pay. How do we actually pay to create a bot? Then we need to use the packet pay function from the my bot screen on the create. So right now, this is coming through request, right? But if I fork the request utility and make a paid request utility, we'll use packet pay. So for packet pay requests, I have to look at the docs because I don't remember. How do you use packet pay? Let's look. Do we have an example? Packet pay equals require that, and you just pass in packet pay. So import packet pay from packet pay JS. Okay. And get ready for this innovation. We just say packet pay. Now, paid request utility is done. Wherever there's a paid request, we replace the, so is there a paid request and a non-paid request? We have one for creating a bot and one for listing bots. So yes. So when for the creation one, we'd want something like paid request. All right. And then we go down here and we say that in order to actually create the bot, you change this to paid request that uses packet pay. And now the server should be able to charge 1,000 Satoshis for creating a bot. If I've done my coding right. Let's see, is there anything wrong? I'll refresh. Can't resolve. Well, of course, if you type the name of the library that you built wrongly, then sometimes it won't forgive you for that. So they need to code up forgiveness into these computers. All right, is it going to work? It's loading. Here we are. My bots, new bot, make a Steve Jobs. Aha! This app would like to access the payment derivation protocol. This user experience will get better over time. We grant it. And this app would like to pay 1,000 Satoshis. That number looks familiar. That one's 402. Because error 402. Look into it. All right. There's Steve Jobs. We paid 1,000 Satoshis to create a bot using the system. And now the server has 1,000 Satoshis. And if I go back, I have Steve Jobs. So for the price of 1,000 Satoshis, I now have my Steve Jobs bot created. Let's go ahead and see if we can actually, so I say the server got paid 1,000 Satoshis, right? I need to blank my screen just to make sure I don't accidentally reveal a bunch of private keys and stuff. But I'm going to take the server's private key, and I'll tell you what I did in a second. Let me just blank it. And I'll show you how the server received its money. So I'm going to ninja.babbage.systems. I'm going to log out of any existing Ninja that I might be logged into, which I don't know which one I'm logged into right now. Let's go ahead and, yeah, I definitely should log out of this one. So now I'm going to go to the env file, and I'm going to copy the private key, the server private key that I have for this backend, the backend that just received 1,000 Satoshis. hit login. And I'll show you what I see on my screen now. So I just logged in here, and I see there's a transaction, and I see the balance is 1,000 Satoshis. So the server just got paid 1,000 Satoshis, right? And that TXID, payment for /create bot, right? So whenever the server lets somebody create a bot on the on this platform, then it costs 1,000 Satoshis now. The only things left we have to do, so the welcome UI view is done. The payments are working. Let's go ahead and see what, where are we? So people say, okay, yep. So, right, let's keep going here. So, I now have my Steve Jobs bot. I want to list my Steve Jobs bot on the marketplace. So, we need a marketplace view. What can be done on the marketplace view? So we have a welcome, a my bots, a bot, a conversation view, marketplace. Oh, and by the way, on the bot view, I want to be able to list sell this bot. So a button, we'll add that later. So on the marketplace view, I want to see bots for sale, sell own bot. So I want to be able to sell one of my own bots. Buy bots for sale. And I think that's about it. There might be a room for a, no, let's keep it simple, okay? Only a few things on each page, not terribly much. So let's go and make a marketplace view, firstly. Whoops, I don't need to save that. Marketplace, let's, hang on. Let me go to the stream really quick and verify whether I have accidentally leaked a piece of information that I should not have leaked. So here I am. I'm just watching the stream back to make sure I there's a transaction and I see the balance is 1,000. Payment. Pardon me, guys. Just 1 second. I'm watching back the footage to make sure if I've leaked something. Go ahead and see what. Where are we? So say. Okay, yeah. So right. My Steve Jobs bot on. So he's done on the marketplace view. We need a marketplace view. What can be done on the. All right, I have to revoke an API key. And we'll generate a new one. So just give me a second to do that. All right. So I accidentally had my environment file up, which I should have closed, obviously, before I went ahead with going back on the air. And I realized it immediately when I saw it, but now I've revoked the API key. We're back. So I've replaced it with a new one. We'll see if it's still going to work. I think it should, but that API key that has just been leaked, for anybody out there, it is now revoked. So we won't do that again. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to add the marketplace view to the front end, right? So we can actually have the let's see here. Yeah, let's close that and close that, close that. All right. So on the front end, there's going to be there's no back button on the on the My Bots page. I want a back button on there for sure. And then I'm going to actually fork the My Bots page because I want the marketplace page to be on there as well. So the My Bots page has history. That means there can be a button. I think button is already here. Yeah. Button? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to add a back button to the My Bots page. On click. History.go. -1. Back. There's the button. All right. So now I should be able to, from the My Bots page, go back to the welcome page. And then I can be able to go to the marketplace, which doesn't exist yet. Okay. Main menu, whatever. Right, welcome. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the pages. I'm gonna copy My Bots. Go ahead and rename this to Marketplace. Go to App. I'll grab Marketplace. All right, and I'll put that into here. So it's gonna be /marketplace. All right. So this should just be a copy of the My Bots page now. I'll let it reload. Marketplace, and it says My Bots, and it's basically My Bots. Let's go here and make it into a marketplace page. So we have an endpoint on the back end for listing marketplace bots already. And this code is already kind of about listing bots. It's going to need some more functionality, but we don't need this for sure. So I'm going to rename all these places to marketplace, rename the style sheet, and we'll get rid of this stuff because it's not necessary for the moment. All right. We don't need the training messages. We don't need the motto and the name. We do need bots. I think create open is going to get turned into sell open at some point. That'll be later. All right. So handle create, that's going to be handle sell. We're going to want own bots just because of the selling part. Set own bots. All right, so this is going to be handle sell. That's going to be different in a second. We'll change that later. This use effect is going to load immediately, and it's going to call list own bots. It's going to set own bots. It's going to set own bots to that. That way we can have the ability to sell our own bots on the marketplace. All right. And then the other thing it's going to do is marketplace bots. In fact, let's put this one at the top so it loads a little faster. List marketplace bots. Set bots marketplace bots.result. Okay. So that should load all of the bots that are currently on the marketplace into the user interface. Now we'll come down here, make some basic changes. There's a back button. It's going to say marketplace. This is going to be a button set sell open. It's going to say sell a bot. All right, so you click that button, you'll be able to sell a bot. For each bot on the marketplace, we're going to make a there's also going to be a confirm buy dialog. I think you have to have a confirm buy. Let's go ahead and we get the name and the motto of the bot that's going to be for sale. This is going to be a card, if I can do that. And there will be a button that, okay, so there needs to be a bot to buy. Buy open. So we got sell open, buy open, bots, own bots, a bot that we're going to buy, and whether we're currently buy open. Okay. So there's going to be a name and motto, and there's going to be a buy button. So button variant equals contained, and on click equals, that's going to do a couple things. It's going to set buy open true, and it's going to set the bot to buy equal to X. Okay. And that link is going to say buy. Should it say buy or view? It's going to say buy. All right. So that's going to be a list of all the bots that are on the marketplace. There's going to be a link at the top for selling. This is a dialog for selling. Sell a bot. No text field. Nothing with all this training stuff. And this is going to be listing through all of the bots that we currently own. Own bots.map xi, and we do this, and we can basically now say we want to be able to click on a bot to sell it. Well, we want a sell button in the bot, so it'll be a div key equals I. Okay. H3 name H2 or I rather. The motto of your bot that you might want to sell, and then a button. There's also going to be no dialog actions. And the way that you close out of this button or this dialog is you set sell open false. All right, when you click on this, this is going to be the button that you click on when you want to sell a bot on the marketplace. On click equals handle sell, but we need to pass in X. So we'd say on click equals handle sell X. And that takes in the bot ID basically. So handle sell is up here. Takes in bot ID you want to list on the marketplace. I guess you'd also need the amount, wouldn't you? So that's a challenge. I want to see this. Well, I can't really see it work until I finish building all of it. I am going to let's think. Okay, I see marketplace. I see sell a bot. I can click on this. It shows me all my bots that I might want to sell. If I click on sell, I think what should happen is it should close this. Right. So it should close the, if I click on the sell button next to a bot that I own, it should close this dialog box, open another one asking me how much would I like to sell this bot for. And then I click OK, and it sells it, or it puts it on the, it lists it on the marketplace. So handle sell will take, right, so we need a couple variables then. So we got sell open is going to be sell list open. Set sell list open. Sell amount. Sell amount open. And the bot to sell. All right. So what really happens when you click on that sell button down here? Well, a couple things now. A few things, there's like 3. So set bot to sell X, set sell amount open true, set sell list open false. Okay. So yeah, you click on the thing, now you're saying that the list of bots that you're selling is no longer open. The amount that you want to sell this bot for is open, and this is the bot that you want to sell. All right. So now we need a dialog for that. Sell amount open on close equals a few things. So if you close this, well, it's really just set sell amount open false. So inside here, dialog content, all right, and this is going to say something like dialog title. How much for and we'll give the bot to sell name. All right, so how much do you want to sell this bot for? Text field. Set all right. And then we need the actual on click equals handle cell, and now we have access to all the information. So I'll put this in a form like I should. Handle cell. Okay, and that way I can say something like dialog actions button type equals submit sell now. All right, that's going to call handle cell with E. Now we have the variables we need. So it's not going to take bot ID after all. It's going to take E. It needs to e.prevent default to stop from reloading the page. All right. So now we got a bot that is going to be sold, and it's going to list it on the marketplace with certain parameters. So let's actually look at the API for how to sell a bot from the marketplace. That's important. Down here at the bottom we have buy bot from marketplace, and then above that list marketplace. List bot on marketplace. All right, that could get real confusing real quick because of the list in our sell list thing, but list bot on marketplace, and that's going to need bot ID, which is going to be bot2 sell dot ID, I think. We'll see. And the amount. Remember, identity key is added automatically. Amount to sell amount. So that's it. What is it going to return? Does this return anything? No, I don't think so. Maybe it should just return true. I don't know. Now, bot to sell.id. There's that. So if it's not error, then we're going to go ahead and set sell amount open false. We know it's in the marketplace because we just put it there. Well, I think that'll be good. We'll refresh the page for now. Toast.success. Bot listed for sale. Let's just say you listed and then give the bot's name. You listed bot to sell dot name for sale. Set bot to sell empty. All right. We also need to remove it from the, so I'll put a to do in here. All right. I think that's good. Ooh. Okay, that just reloaded. Backend reloaded, which means we lost our Steve Jobs bot we were working on. But I should now be able to select a bot and sell it. List it for sale on the marketplace. Let's go back. Tell me it doesn't know who I am. I am Ty. Ty has no bots, so Ty needs to create a bot called Steve Jobs for 1,000 Satoshis. The server is going to get rich. Live stream. Let's see how we doing here. Looks like we're all right. So I'll go to over here. Oops, want to go over here actually. All right, so I got Steve Jobs. You know, I could interact with Steve Jobs, or I could just sell Steve Jobs. I'm going to go to Marketplace, sell a bot. I can select Steve Jobs to sell. So I'll click sell. It now says, how much for Steve Jobs? And I'll enter 5,000. That's fine. I hit sell now. What happens? It closes. It says, it doesn't tell me it's toast.success or anything. What's happening? So, list own bots. List bot on marketplace. What happened? What happened? Result true. Okay, so it should be on the marketplace. Now, why didn't it give me a status? Why didn't it tell me, right? So handle sells async e prevent default. It calls list. Bot IDs on the marketplace. Response.status is not error, and therefore it should have said set sell amount open false. That did happen. Toast.success. Did I not import toast? I did not import toast. All right. Well, let's see if the bot is on the marketplace. I'm just going to refresh. I don't think I ever put the, oh. List marketplace bots gives me an error. $400 bad request. Cannot destructure property name of this.users.find. Okay, so there's some error on the back end right now. Let's go through and fix the bugs. So first I need to import toast. If I want to use toast.success. I should also do this after I do that, in case that was an error. I don't know. So it's trying to destructure something that it can't destructure. Cannot destructure property name of this.users.find as it is undefined. So this.users.find did not return something in the list marketplace bots. So const name this.users.find x, where x.identity key is equal to x.seller, but seller isn't correct. Oh, wait, I said X, and this is map X. So Y, so find a user Y, where Y's identity key is X's seller. The identity key of the user is the bot's seller. Got it? I think that should work better. Saving this, because we are in a memory environment, we must go back. Doesn't know who I am. My name is Ty. I have a bot called Steve Jobs. Wait, did that work? I have a bot called Steve Jobs, which cost me 1,000 Satoshis to create. And now I want to sell my bot. So there's Steve Jobs. I want to go to the marketplace, sell Steve Jobs for 5,000 Satoshis. Now I see you listed Steve Jobs for sale. Perfect. Now if I refresh this, what's going to happen? It's calling, bot ID is not defined. All right. So it called list marketplace bots. Bot ID is not defined, and that's somewhere. Oh, I see. Is it X? X dot yes, X dot bot ID. All right, we're going to get this endpoint working. I don't think there's any more errors in it, I hope. And now I'm going to go back. My name is Ty. I have a bot. My bot is called Steve Jobs, which cost me 1,000 Satoshis to create. So the payment side, because this is new technology, is taking longer. This is going to be optimized by our engineering team here on the Babbage side to make that process a little bit easier for everybody. We'll go back to the marketplace. Sell a bot. Sell Steve Jobs for 5,000 Satoshis. Now he is listed on the marketplace. I refresh the page. Do I see Steve Jobs for sale on the marketplace? Ooh, what happened? The list marketplace bots this time returns a bot with bot ID and amount and creator identity key and name. Oh, owner identity key, creator identity key, seller. So the owner and the creator and the seller. So the owner and the seller have to be the same. But the name of the bot is Ty? No, the name of the bot is Steve Jobs. The name of the bot is Steve Jobs, not Ty. I am not for sale on the marketplace. Someone will probably make a bot for me. If you do, whatever. So that's because this is called seller name. Don't override that. Okay. The seller's name is Ty, not the bot's name. That's not right. All right, so we wiped that one out. Now, keep in mind, every time I do this, I'm not losing money because the server has the same private key. It's not like I have one private, I'm not like losing this money. I'm just, now the server has 4,000 Satoshis because 4 bots were created. It just forgot about them because it's a memory-only system. And then we got an error over here because of some React thing, which I should probably fix. Card is not defined. Fair enough. Let's go and fix that. All right, there's card. If I ran the linter, I'm sure it would tell me about these things. Are there any other things that are undefined at the moment? I know there's a lot of linting errors, but no, only things that are like defined but never used, because everything else kind of goes to the top if it's critical. So that tells me we're compiling, I think. All right, backend had an issue. Why did the backend have an issue? Oh, it's only because of a user not knowing who they are, I think. Right, yep, register a user. Okay. So we'll get a bot onto the marketplace. Now, wait, I have to, oh, that's not a good UX. So, oh, well, that's because the server wiped itself out. If you don't have any bots, there should be a little thing that says no bots. So let's do that. So we'll have a link to create your bot if you don't have a bot. And when you click on that, it should also like set cell list open false. All right. That way we can test this. Oh, well, huh, I just made I hit, right? So I registered a user with a null, an empty name. So I should actually add a validation for that on the create user side as well. So enter your name to register. So I do that again, what happens? Enter your name to register. Yep, that's what I want. So you enter your name. Wait, but did it work? Oh, yeah. So once again, in the welcome page, we need to verify that there was no error before proceeding. So welcome page. Oh, I opened it over here. So, right, if the response.error then we'll do this stuff. Otherwise, we certainly won't. All right. So it rejected my account. I say nothing. I hit enter. All right. It doesn't let me do it. I enter my name. Now it works. All right. My name is Ty. I have no bots. Oh, wait. I was going to test the actual what happens when you have no bots type idea. So I have no bots. Create one to continue. Closes that, takes you out to here, takes you to takes you to a typo. So in the marketplace, my bots. So, yep. And all right, we got 4 people watching, it looks like. So we'll fix this bug. I'll go to marketplace. It tells me I have no bots to sell. I can now go here. I can then create a bot. Right. Pay 1,000 Satoshis to create a bot. And like I said, we're going to make this a little faster. Back. So when there's a platform called Chain Tracks, when that gets in, some people know what I'm talking about. It'll be a little bit better. So I should now be able to sell a bot. I see Steve Jobs to sell. I want to sell Steve Jobs for 5,000 Satoshis. List him on the marketplace. Now he's listed. Okay. Now I'll refresh the page. And I do have a to-do for making it so that when people list them, it'll show up automatically. But I see a card. Steve Jobs is for sale. It doesn't show his amount. We need to get the amount. See, and there's a bunch of things. Each child in the list should have a unique key property. Very fair. Let's fix that. So on the marketplace, key equals I, and also how much are you paying when you hit this buy button? Well, you don't have to worry about such details. That's not relevant, is it? X dot amount. All right. So the amount that Steve Jobs is being sold for is 5,000 Satoshis. All right. Now we can see Steve Jobs listed on the marketplace for 5,000 Satoshis. We do have a couple more things to code up, though. You can now have bots that you can sell on the marketplace. There's also going to be another way to sell a bot, which is if you are in the My Bot page, you'll be able to click Sell This Bot, and that'll be a button. So we'll do that, but not quite, right? So by the way, if you have a bot that's listed in the marketplace, until someone buys it, I can still talk to Steve Jobs while he's mine. But once someone buys him from me, then won't be able to do that anymore because it'll be their bot. And the conversation that I had, the conversations that I've had with Steve Jobs they don't go with him. They're my conversations that I've had with him. But the the people that buy, like if I ever bought him back, if it was the same exact Steve Jobs that I bought back, I could see my previous conversations. But otherwise, they disappear. So you get to reconnect with a bot if you like. Imagine you created a bot 25 years ago and sold it to somebody, and then it got like floated around the free market, and then like 25 years later, you bought back the same bot that you made 25 years ago, and you get to see all the conversations that you had with that same bot 25 years ago. That is part of this idea. That's part of it, right? Now you get to know how many. You get to you have your conversations and everything. So let's go ahead and go back. Oh wait, let's think. So Steve Jobs is now for sale on the marketplace. Can I list him for sale again? Wait, I don't want to create a new bot. No, that would be bad. I want to go and try to sell him again. And I think there should be an error. So I want to sell Steve Jobs for 5,000. I say 6,000 this time, just to make sure, in case it works. Should tell me something like, aha, this bot is already on the marketplace. Great, that's exactly what I wanted, right? So now, if you click on the buy button, what happens? Well, nothing really right now, let's think. So you are going through the list of things and you have a button and it says, on click, set buy open true, set bot to buy X. All right, but that doesn't mean anything because we don't have any dialogues for that yet. There's a dialog which is for sell list open. There's a dialog for sell amount open, but nothing for buy anything open. So let's copy this one because it's kind of similar. Say this dialog is going to be buy open. On click is set buy open false, or on close rather. So form on submit is handle buy. So there's nothing to prevent me from buying the bot from myself, but somebody else could, if this was a deployed system, which it will be at some point, with the database and everything, someone else could buy my bot from me. How much for, okay, that's not what we want. We just want to say, do you want to buy, want to buy, bot to buy, dot name for bot to buy dot amount Satoshis. If you want to buy bot to buy dot name for this amount of Satoshis, then you get your typical nothing in the content. That's a title. Yes, no type thing, right? On click equals, so there's not a form. Wait, yeah, there is. Yep. Buy now. And that, we'll do a handle buy function, which we haven't yet built. But we'll use packet pay for that, just like we did for when you create a bot, remember? Because packet pay is how you pay for things. So on click equals set buy open false. It's going to be cancel, or variant equals contained, right, to make it look nice, kind of. All right. Let's reload the page, see what this looks like. Handle buy is not going to be defined. And what do you know? All right, let's make handle buy. How's that going to work? We know the amount we need to pay, but packet pay also knows, so we don't even have to do that. It's just buy the bot, right? There's a function for that. Prevent default to make the page not reload. Okay, let's think here. When you buy a bot, what's going to happen? We need to use the... Let's go to the My Bots page, because I think there's some relevant code for Packet Pay. So this code, handle create, is what happens when you create a bot. Well, you get the bot ID when you buy it. We'll change that if it's not true, because it needs to. Marketplace, handle by, paid request, and this is going to be, there's a function over here, whoops, function in the storage engine for all the way down at the bottom, not cashing out, get balance, but rather buy bot from marketplace. And this is identity key, bot ID, and payment amount. So just the bot ID, basically, because payment amount and the other ones are passed in by Packet Pay. So buy bot from marketplace. And just give the bot ID. And that is coming from bot to buy dot ID, I think. Yeah, I think that's right. And this is a paid request. So if the response status is not error, then set buy open. False, history.push/bot/ response.result, which is going to be the bot ID that you literally just bought. So you'll go see your new bot when you buy it. And toast.success, you bot, and we'll give the name of the bot that you bought. So bot to buy dot name. And by the way, we'll make this work. We don't have it. We don't need it. Why? Well, because it's there. So I didn't put that in the code for when we originally coded that up, but we can still get it there. So it'll work the first time. Hopefully, maybe. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. So paid request needs to be imported. It's already imported. Handle sell doesn't need a paid request, does it? Is there a fee for selling a bot? No, the fee is when people actually buy the bot. So this is just normal request. It works because Packet Pay wraps auth right, but I may as well just use only the one I need when I know that I don't need that. And we already have request. So paid request for buying, normal request for selling. Handle by ePrevent default. It's going to call buy bot from marketplace with a bot ID. Response.status is not error. It's going to go do that, and it's going to bring us to the new bot so we can talk to it. All right. Save. I'm going to need to get testers on here. Wow. This is going to be pretty cool if it works. So, error. Unexpected reserved word await in line 41. Oh, is it because I'm in oh, I need async, of course. Asynchronous function. Save. All right. We see Steve Jobs. Buy. Want to buy Steve Jobs for 5,000 Satoshis? Well, of course I would. It's asking me for 5,000 Satoshis. That's a good sign. What's going to happen? Ah! It worked! It worked! It in fact worked. Okay. Everything worked. I don't want to... Let's see. Yeah, this appears to have worked. I'm now looking at the Steve Jobs bot. And I can have a new conversation with it. I just bought a bot from the marketplace. So there are a lot of things to check now. Number one, is it still on the marketplace? Number two, what does the network tab look like? I'm going to check the network tab. No red. Find bot by ID. List conversations. Buy bot from marketplace. Why did that? Oh, wait, that was the 402. Called create action, and then it called buy bot from marketplace again, and this time it just returned nothing, which I think is about what we'd expect, because it didn't return anything in that function. We'll change that in a second, but okay. So then it went and loaded this page with this bot on it. Okay, so do I own the bot? I think I should either way. I'm on the marketplace. I don't see it on the marketplace. It's gone. Right? Right? Okay. No bot on the marketplace. If I sell it, I see it in my inventory to sell. I go back. And my balance. What is my balance? It's not telling me my balance. Get own profile. Tell me my balance. Is null. Interesting. Interesting. My balance is null. So it didn't properly calculate my updated balance. That's going to be an interesting one to debug. I go to bots. I see Steve Jobs. And Steve Jobs is no longer on the marketplace. So if I try to list Steve Jobs again on the marketplace, it should let me now, because he's already so I'll say 6,000 this time. Yep, it's gonna let me, right? I listed Steve Jobs for sale. I want a way to unlist bots. We'll do that in a second. There's Steve Jobs for sale on the marketplace. Okay, cool. So that is amazing. We have a marketplace now where you can buy and sell bots. It's just that the balance stuff doesn't necessarily work for the time being. But it is here. It does exist. Wow. Let's go ahead and, okay, so it's currently, wow. We need to figure out why my balance is null. And I want to look at the backend to see if there was any errors on the backend side. And then I want to get the return value working for the when you buy a bot. It should tell you the bot ID. Okay. There's some large stack traces here. I want to move some things over so that I can actually work and see what these stack traces are. Let's move this. I don't need to see that pretty much ever. All right, that's going to be a lot easier. This bot is already in the marketplace. We remember that one. That was the last backend error? Okay. So yeah, then we just have to figure out why it was null and add some return values and stuff. Okay, so when you buy a bot, buy bot from marketplace, I want to return the ID of the bot that I bought. It's bot ID. All right, great. Okay, cool. This is great. So we got the bot ID returned. We got to figure out why this code isn't working. This.users equals this.users.map x if x.identity key, okay, x.balance equals x.balance plus payment amount times 0.85. So payment amount was not passed in by packet pay, was it? So payment amount needs to be passed in. I need to go to the index. And where we call these, remember when we passed identity key at the very beginning? So identity key is going to be one of these. Index.js of the backend. Oh, it's over here. So calling this, I pass in identity key from there, and I also should pass in payment amount. Direct dot packet pay dot Satoshi's paid, I think. Let's go ahead and check the packet pay example. I don't want to jinx that one. Packet pay express. Rec.packetpay lowercase dot Satoshi's paid. Okay. All right, so we're saying the payment amount passed in is that. Okay. And I believe that's set even if it's 0. Okay, so backend should now pass in the payment amount that was paid, in fact, to the storage engine. And therefore, this should never be null. It should be whatever the amount was actually paid. Okay? Because that was the one thing I noticed. So it did this successfully. It found the marketplace entry. It changed the owner of the bot, I think. And it then did this. We checked because it deleted it. All right, so that's the backend changes. Let me think. Is there any other changes to the backend that I want to make right now? I think I remember something, but I don't remember exactly what. I wanted to. Oh, we got the ID returned. I think we're all right. I think that's fine. So backend stuff is good. It was I wanted to make it so that when you automatically, this is a front end change. When you list a bot, it automatically removes it from the your bots thing, so it shows it basically live that it's listed. So let's go ahead and do that then. So this to-do item here, remove it from our bots. So set our bots old.splice our bots.find index x, where x dot ID is equal to the ID of the bot we're trying to sell, bot to sell.id. All right, so we're basically saying delete that bot and then return a new array with old. Okay. That should delete it out of our bots. And now we just need to put it onto bots.concat. And we pass in what does it need for it to be on the marketplace? It needs seller name. That's going to be tough. Our name. How do we get our own name? Do we have a profile in this context? Probably will need it. We need a bunch of stuff though. We need well, I can check, can't I? Oh, it just reloaded and blew everything away. Can I see the old network request? I just wanted to see what was in list marketplace bots real quick. That one says it's empty. Oh, come on, just give me a value here. List. Here we are. No content available. Oh, I see one. Oh. All right, so we don't get to list the marketplace bots through this context. But I can look at the code. So list marketplace bots is going to return things like, so basically everything in seller. Bot to sell, seller name, and then this is going to be the amount so essentially we're going to get a list of all the, we're trying to make this ID thing live. Sell amount, obviously. For now, I'm just going to say seller name is you. All right. So now, when a user puts something on the marketplace, should be able to see the balance now. Right? So back end is good, front end Should be good. We'll go back. All right, hi, my name is Ty. Now I have an account. My balance is 0, not null. I'll go to the create a bot called Steve Jobs for 1,000 Satoshis. Okay, we'll add some loading indicators next. If all this stuff is working, we'll have a test with maybe somebody coming on the stream, I don't know. Or we'll see how that goes. So there's my bot. I now go to the marketplace and I want to sell my Steve Jobs bot for 5,000 Satoshis. And what happened? That's where we were just editing some code anyways. Set our bots is not defined. I see. So it's on the marketplace, I think. Regardless. Yeah, there he is. Okay. Network. So each marketplace bot has a couple properties that I wanted to investigate for the right. It's got an amount of bot ID, creator identity key, that's not relevant, ID, motto, name, I think those are all good. Seller, yeah, you know, all right. I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and fix that bug that we just found, and then we'll buy the bot. Set our bots. I think it's called set owned bots. Own, yeah, set own bots. Deletes the old one. All right. Wait, but it's technically still ours. It's just that it can't be sold anymore. But in this context, I guess it makes sense to delete it out of here. So, try to sell it again or something. You could refresh the page, it would come back into own bots. See, there he is. But I can't sell him because, well, so we'll test that in a second. We'll buy this bot, 5,000 Satoshis. See what happens. You bought Steve Jobs. Okay, there's Steve Jobs. It's in my marketplace. Now, question. Nothing on the marketplace. That's as expected. Okay. My balance is now 4,250 Satoshis. That just worked. Great. Great, great, great. That is the last little, okay, the last tiny thing is to actually receive the payout, right? So the server knows now that it owes me 4,250 Satoshis. So if I cashed out, I should be able to get my Satoshis back into my account. And that would be done through similar code to what's in the Tempo client to cash out, to process the cash out payment. So I have that, and I should still own the bot, right? So I still own Steve Jobs because I bought it for myself. Now I'm going to go to Marketplace just one more time. I'm going to sell Steve Jobs again. I just want to make sure that the live parts are working now. So if I go here, I'll say 3,500 Satoshis to sell. Okay. What happened? See, this is why we test. Says, our bots is not defined. Capital B. Set own bots. Right? That's fair. Save that. Let's go ahead and we'll see him on the marketplace. We got to buy him again because so that's 3,500 Satoshis this time. Price calculation is working flawlessly through Packet Pay to facilitate the transfer, the buying and selling of these bots. And this is essentially the MVP. Like it's working now. The minimum viable product of this, without any CSS or whatever, was built in, you know, however long these 2 live streams are going to end up being, probably 12 hours or less. We'll go back. All right, so now he's not on the marketplace. I can go to my bots, see him here. I'll go back. This is fully functional. This is fully functional. So let's make sure the live parts are working. I'll sell him for 4,000 Satoshis this time. Why does it fail this time? Oh, it's not even our bots, it's own bots. So 2 errors in the same place. All right, own bots, that's coming from there. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think this works now. He's on the marketplace once again, so I'll have to, get it, buy him again. My balance is going to increase though on the server, so I'll get my balance back. Unless I lose all these Satoshis, which, if I do, well, no, I'm not losing them. They're still on the actual Ninja, right? So regardless of whatever happens, the server still has the money. Even if the server's database gets wiped out. Right, so I've just bought the bot. If I go over here and refresh this page, now the server's going to have a heck of a lot more money. Right, so now the server actually has 23,500 Satoshis right now. So the server's making bank right now. Running this platform, facilitating this NFT marketplace for AI chatbots. I hope it'll be enough for me to pay my OpenAI bill. I think it should. We'll see. So I want to sell Steve Jobs on the marketplace for 4,800 Satoshis. Oh, I just thought of something. No, we're gonna do an even number. Let's do 4. All right, did that work? Listed. Where is he? Where is he? Why didn't he go on the list? Right? It should be on the list. It is sold. It should show up. Show up. Why are you not here? And there's no error either. That's annoying. Let's sync. Yes, it is tedious. It is tedious to make the computer work properly. And now I don't know why the bot didn't show up live like I wanted on the marketplace when I listed it. I don't want to have to refresh every time to see the bot for sale. So I'm saying set sell amount open false, set bot to sell, set own bots old. Oh, well, I see. This needs to happen after this happens. Right? We can't wipe that out until we use it up here. Bot to sell. New bots. Oh, and then the other problem is that I didn't say set bots. New bots. That might help too. All right, this should be the last time. We buy the bot from the platform, from the marketplace, for 4,000 Satoshis. Oh. Failed to fetch. That's never good. Why did that happen? Cannot read properties of undefined reading status. Marketplace.js line 53. Response was undefined for paid request. That's not good. Why did that happen? That's a bit of a problem. No backend errors have been reported. I don't know why. Refresh. See what the result is. Did it sell? Did it buy? Is he on the marketplace? Still on the marketplace. Didn't buy it. Buy. Go to the network tab, figure out what's going on. Calls create action, it calls buy, bot from marketplace, payload with a bot ID and everything. 431 request header fields too large. Oh boy. Oh boy. But of course. So, when you make a payment with PacketPay, the server needs to accept the payment. If the server gives back error 431 request header fields too large, the payment will not succeed. Therefore, we need to look at how to increase max header size in Express. All right. Okay. Max header size set to the value you want. Okay. So it looks like we need to have an increased maximum header size so that this is where we actually get to. Where was this linked? Path callback, app.listen. http://createserverapp.listen. So what I need to do to increase the header size allowable by the backend server is something like this, it looks like. Okay, does that work? Appears to be. So now I just need to figure out how to configure the max header size of the HTTP server. So http://create server options. Max header size. But where do I pass that in? So it's a function. Oh, I see. Options. Right. So I can just pass in an options object with max header size of, a megabyte. Let's go with 32 megabytes. All right, now that should resolve that issue. No more max header size errors. Those are annoying, I would say. I'm using node like 16, I think. So it should be 16 kilobytes, but now it's a large size. Hopefully it works. So I'll try to buy, and this will be a documented thing for, what happened here? An internal server error occurred while making this request. And that shows us an error here. Cannot read properties of undefined reading amount. I feel like I have to restart the server and refresh the client. But I don't know. Steve Jobs. Well, now I have to start over basically. I see. So the reason why that happened is because I had to start over. I forgot for a second that we're only in memory. So my name is Ty, and now I create a bot. Sell a bot. I got to create a bot. So I go to my bots, new bot, Steve Jobs. That costs 1,000 Satoshis. Then we have the Steve Jobs bot. And then I want to add a little sell this bot button on this page here. Next to the conversations. So I'll go back. Marketplace. Sell Steve Jobs. for 5,000 Satoshis. There he is. Okay, it's live. The live stuff is working. Okay, now it pops up that he's actually here. Bye, Steve Jobs. Cost me 5,000 Satoshis. Come on. All right. I bought Steve Jobs. All right, cool. The MVP is largely complete. I need to do a lot of styling, and I need to do a lot of validation. I need to replace this in-memory application backend with a database, and I need to deploy it to production and staging and stuff. And we need to get some users to test it. And nobody can test it until after I deploy it, because it's only running on my computer. And we can't deploy it until after I rewrite the database. But I think this is about what we might expect. So let's just, okay, one thing I want to do is add to the front end a button for, oh, and then we have to do the actual payouts, right? So when a user, like, how much does the server think it owes me right now? The server thinks it owes me, 4,250 Satoshis. One thing I want to change right now is the, when the server calculates the amounts, the balances, it doesn't use good integer parsing. So that's not good in the transfer function. So list bot on marketplace, no, it's buy bot from marketplace, right? So parse int, right? Do the math there inside the parentheses, and that way the math is done. Balances in Satoshis can only be integers, otherwise really bad things happen. All right, there's that. Backend should be about done. There's going to be a lot of validation. There needs to be a database. I'll do that. Not right now. I'll do it at some point. What I will do right now is I want a button on the bot page for selling. I want you to be able to sell this bot, directly from the page where you're looking at the bot, instead of having to go to the marketplace to sell every time. And then it takes you to, where does it take you when you've sold it? Probably takes you to the marketplace so you can see where it's being sold. That makes sense. Okay, so I need to close out of some tabs here. No. All right. So I need the bot page open. We already have a button on here. I need a dialog. I already have dialog on here too. So I'll just do the logic here for handle sell. We'll have a sell amount and a sell open. So it pushes you onto the marketplace after selling the bot. Of course, there should be some validation here as well. Do I have toast imported up here? All right. So that's for selling. This dialog is going to be what happens when you sell, or when you, sell open. Enter the amount to sell the bot for. And set cell open false. That means that when you hit escape, all right. So, that's the sell amount, and then you handle sell now. All right. List now. Okay. So, we'll want a button that basically just says sell this bot. Just like this button. All right. Now there should be a way on this page, looking at a bot, I should be able to go to my, oh, I forgot who I am. My name is Ty. I have a bot called Steve Jobs that I paid a bunch for, 1,000 Satoshis. And then when it takes me to this page, it should allow me to sell the bot from the bot page. And then the last thing I will do on this stream, so I have sell this bot, let's see. Right. Sell Steve Jobs, amount 5,000. List now. What happens? There he is. Steve Jobs was listed for sale. And there he is for 5,000 Satoshis. He's for sale right now. My bots, when I click on this one, I also maybe want to show whether this bot is for sale. I think there's a function that's like is bot in marketplace or something with a bot ID. Is that a thing? If not, it needs to be. I want to be able to know if a given bot is in the marketplace. Is bot on marketplace? Bot ID, exactly. Good. So on the bot page, there's a variable. So in the use effect, is bot on marketplace with the bot ID. Set is bot for sale. Sale result.result. This button is disabled when the bot is on the marketplace. Disabled equals disabled equals is bot for sale. All right. So bots that are already listed for sale should see, listed for sale. Now he shows up as listed for sale when he's on the marketplace. I can still make a new conversation with Steve Jobs. Verify this is still working. Hi, Steve. Hello, it's really great to hear from you. What can I do for you today? It's really great. So we didn't end it with it's really great. But he did say it's really great. Like he's supposed to. Comes up as already for sale. Go to the marketplace. Right, so the server says that it owes me $0. Marketplace, there's Steve Jobs for sale. Okay. What I want to do is figure out the code for cashing out my balance. So I want a cash out button on the welcome page if the balance is more than 0. So that way users can cash out when they want to. So there's going to be a handle cash out button. async. All right, and I'll go ahead and code that up in a second. I want the button cash out. All right. On click, equals handle cash out. So how does this work? We need to get the, so it's just a cash out call, which is something like this. Cash out. And we get the cash. And it is cash. That variable goes away. I mean, a redundant architecture should be employed to make sure that if the client drops offline after the time they receive their cache and before they put it into their MetaNet client, that the server keeps a copy of the cache around so that the client can get it back. But it's handed peer-to-peer directly from the sender to the recipient right now, and the sender doesn't do a very good sender doesn't do a very good job of keeping track of where the cache is. That does push it into that transactions thing, but there's no real way of requesting it. That type of thing should be reconciled before deployment to production. But for this little test, I want to go to another piece of code written by that same character who wrote one of the pieces of code previously. It is really great. So I want to get another piece of code that is designed for actually processing royalties when they are received. So where would this be? Pages, utils, probably utils. Check for royalties. All right, good. So first we go get the royalties and then we do something with them, right? Parse it. If there's an error, we throw the error. If there's no royalties, there's no royalties. All right, we call the Babbage SDK submit direct transaction, don't we? It's basically just here's the cache. So just gonna install the Babbage SDK into the client. Can I use this tiny terminal to do that? npm I Babbage SDK. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. All right, there's a tiny terminal. It's gonna open my browser again. I'll close this one. And I'm gonna go and paste this in here. So submit direct transaction, that comes from the Babbage SDK. All right. So we have cash transaction, cash.amount. Oh, I don't know the amount. Yes, I do. Cash.amount is equal to, if I'm honest, which I am, profile.balance. Or am I actually logging, am I sending them the amount in the over the wire? Let's look at the payment function. There's a cash out function. Here it is. And we're sending amount, yes. All right, we do have cash.amount. Cash.derivation suffix. Cash.sender identity key. And this is going to be called chatbot NFT sales. Okay. Well, in theory, this should work. And if it doesn't work, I lose, and I actually do lose it this time, however much the server thinks it owes me right now on mainnet. Why do I have 2 tabs open? No. I don't need 2 tabs. 1 tab. Server thinks it owes me $0. Is that so? Oh, do I have any bots? It knows I'm Thai. Wait, but I had a... Oh, did I not sell the... I have to buy the marketplace bot. I see. Okay, so the server's going to think 85% of 5,000 Satoshis is owed back to me. So there's that. Buying. I need loading indicators really badly. I should also open my... yeah, there that went. Okay, so marketplace, I bought Steve Jobs. Now if I go back and look at a couple things, number 1, so I see Steve Jobs again, I can sell him, he's not on the marketplace anymore. I still have my conversation with him, even though I bought him and sold him and stuff. Nothing on the marketplace, we'll go back. It thinks I have that much and it gives me the cash out button because I have a balance greater than 0. So I click on cash out button. What happens? Let's just see. I don't even know if it's going to give me any sign of success. I see uncaught in promise error. A transaction object is required. That's not a good sign. Let's go to the network tab. Call the cash out function. What happens? 200. So the result is a transaction. Oh, I know what happened. There's the actual transaction. So the server did pay me, but right, it never actually gave me the money in my account. And that's because this is in result. And cash.result.everything versus, so if I just said, well, but I need to validate that. Well, cash is the cool name. So cash is equal to cash out result dot, I'm just going to call that result dot cash. Okay. Result dot cash. There, all that works now. And then I just want to if result.status is not error, then we'll go ahead and do all of that stuff. Okay, so processing the cash into my account after the result.status is not an error. Saving that front-end code, I just lost those Satoshis because according to the server now, the server owes me nothing. It's true. The server gave me the cash. I dropped it into the ether, and now it doesn't exist. And now my balance is 0. Correct, right? So I need to make some cash on the server. In order to do that, I need to go and have Steve Jobs. Go to Steve Jobs. I'll sell this bot for 5,000 Satoshis once more. I'll buy the Steve Jobs bot back, and that puts 4,250 Satoshis into my server balance. And then we'll see if I can't cash back out my Satoshis onto the client. So I've just bought the bot, looking at it here, go back, go back, go back, go back, here I am, 4,250 Satoshis, cash out. No indication whatsoever of what's going on. Okay, now we get type error, cannot read properties of undefined reading transaction. All right, what's going on now? Network. Called cash out. We'd never called submit direct transaction. Interesting. Cannot read properties of undefined reading transaction on line 38. Cash.transaction. So cash equals, oh, be result.result, wouldn't it? Of course it would. So we just lost another 4,250 Satoshis into the ether, but that makes sense. I deserve to lose that because I didn't do my thinking properly. My balance is 0. Oops, no. Escape. I made it so you can't escape that one because you could have something really long and valuable in there. I mean, you don't want to lose. Hit escape accidentally. Steve Jobs. Sell. Okay. Selling Steve Jobs on the marketplace. Buying Steve Jobs from the marketplace. Paying 5,000 Satoshis again. And we continue with doing this process. All right. Marketplace. Steve Jobs. My bots, welcome. All right, cash out. Is anything even going to happen when it becomes successful? I never added a success or anything. Let's just go to the network tab. I should add a success thing, obviously. Then it calls submit direct transaction, and it gets back status success. The transaction has been received. Okay. So now if I go to here and I, refresh this, payment for chatbot NFT sales, 4,250 Satoshis 1 minute ago. Perfect. All right, great. So it worked. It actually worked. Why did that actually do that? I don't know, but those are garbled for some reason. I'll have to fix that bug. But now we have the ability to buy and sell chatbots on an NFT marketplace. And that is the completed MVP. I do believe that is the completed MVP. So I'm going to commit this. It's been a lot of work. And the front end as well in this tiny terminal. All right. So now I'll expand this out just a little bit. And yeah, we're good. We committed. Front end and back end are now completed, the MVP. I am extremely tired from coding for a lot of hours. But I hope this shows, you know, it's not easy to do this type of thing. Cash out is fine for demo, but withdraw with chosen amount is more, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't want people to keep money on the server. And yes, that is what testnet's for. I don't want people to keep money on the server because I don't want the server to basically be a place where people, you know, it's just a way to get money from buyer to seller. We could change it. I don't know. It wouldn't be hard to add a variable amount to withdraw type idea. So I think this is about everything for the initial prototype of this idea. I hope it's shown that the utility of, you know, I can create an NFT marketplace for AI chatbots that have their own personalities that can be bought and sold between users, at least in principle, and getting 99% of the work done for an MVP within, you know, literally under a day, putting the mind to it. So I hope that's what people can take away from this. I'll demo it. Why don't I just go through a whole demo of the experience? I'll make different chatbots with different personalities. I'll sell them on, or put them on the marketplace, and then I have to sell them to myself just because of the fact that, well, I didn't make a database yet, so I need to deploy this into production, and I'll do that at some point. But the entire NFT marketplace side of this, at least the buying and selling of the bots themselves, is facilitated. And that was the goal. So let's refresh. Okay, everything's down. I'll bring everything back up just for a little demo at the end here, and then I'll be done. npm run start. Backend is coming online. npm run start. Front end is coming online. I'll close out of this stuff that I don't need any longer. And we are now looking at what you would see. Well, let's go all the way back from the beginning. All the way back from the beginning. closing out of my MetaNet account, or my MetaNet portal. If I was a new user and I was just found this website on Google. Oh, I hit feedback. No, I don't want that. No. All right. I am a new user. I have found this web page on Google. What do I see? I see this. I see this. This app requires Babbage Desktop. Install. So I would go install it, all right, and I would download it, and it would, I'd run it. It would have me make an account of Babbage Desktop, basically just enter your phone number and a code and a password. Nothing Bitcoin related at all. Just normal stuff, like go enter a phone number and stuff like that. So then after you created your account, it would immediately recognize that you have an account, and then you would be looking at this interface here, okay? And it would just say register a user account before taking this action for some reason. That's like a little bug, but all right, it would say welcome, create your profile, your name, I enter my name, okay? Create profile, done. Now, tie, balance, 0, bots, whatever, I don't know what I'll go to bots, because I'm a new user or something. I can create a new bot. And this is where I really understand what this application is about if I'm a new user. A new bot. You give your bot a name, give your bot a motto. You can see these weird things that it looks like these are lists, and I immediately understand that these are a list of things that I can add new things to the list if I want. So I get that part if I'm a user. So I read these then, I'm like, what the heck is this? So it's like, okay, system, you are Steve Jobs, founder of Apple. Every message you send should end with, it's really great. Okay? User, as Steve Jobs, you will always end every message with, it's really great. Everything you do from this point forward should be acting as Steve Jobs. Your motto is, stay hungry, stay foolish. If you understand this, respond with, I understand, it's really great. And then it says, assistant, I understand, it's really great. And so basically, as a user, I get the understanding, okay, I can edit this to be whatever I want. I can kind of get the bot to be a certain thing, and then I could change it to something else, okay? So as a user, I feel like this is pretty clear. Like I feel like if I want to train up one of these bots myself, I can just change this to be something else, and the system sets the context, and I could have a little question mark maybe down here that's like, what the heck is this? How do I do this? And I would explain that the system sets the context, and then you go user assistant, and you can set the training messages for your bot. Okay, so that's one example. So we'll create a basic Steve Jobs once again, and now it's gonna ask me to pay for making Steve Jobs because it costs money to make a bot. I don't see a loading indicator as a user, so I'll add loading indicators at some point, probably within the next couple of days when I get this deployed. I'm going to deploy it first, I think, and then I'll go from there. And now I'm looking at, it says Steve Jobs. Back, stay high, see the motto, sell this bot, new conversation. So I'll try to talk to Steve Jobs, right? I'll go here. iPads and stuff. What was the motivation for making the iPad? We wanted to create a device so if I asked just a normal bot this question, I think it would not act as Steve Jobs. I think it would just say like the motivations that Apple had for creating the iPad was ... But now it's like acting as Steve Jobs. We wanted to create a device that bridged the gap between smartphones and laptops, and that was accessible to people of all ages and backgrounds. Okay, the iPad was designed to be a versatile, portable, and easy-to-use device that could. Right. So it's like I'm talking to Steve Jobs or whatever the algorithm thinks. Steve Jobs. We believed and I'm proud to say that it has lived up to the promise, exceeded the wildest dreams. It's really great. Okay, so I can talk to Steve Jobs. I can go back. Now I can see my conversation about iPads and stuff with Steve Jobs. I can make another conversation. And fears? I don't know. What is your biggest fear about how people might use the iPhone? Okay. My biggest fear regarding the iPhone is that people might become too addicted to it and lose their ability to connect with the real world. The iPhone is designed to be a tool to enhance the human experience, not to replace it. I believe that it is up to users to exercise self-control and moderation in their use of technology. All right, so we got 2 conversations with Steve Jobs, iPads and stuff, and fears. And each of these have separate contexts. Like if I go into fears, I can say something like, but why? And it'll talk more about iPhone stuff. Okay, it gives a very detailed response. I have always been a strong believer in the power of technology to improve people's lives, but at the same time, I also recognize the potential risks. And see, this only makes sense in the context of the question that I just asked. So it's talking about smartphones and, right, we have a duty to protect the... This works extremely well when it's trained properly. And it's fascinating to me. Okay, so, and then going back to iPads and stuff, I could ask some other question. I could also say, but why? And the context of this is going to be different. At Apple, our mission has always been to create products that enhance people's lives in meaningful ways. A need for a new type of device that should deliver more, right, immersive, engaging experience than a smartphone, while at the same time. So once again, context. So I have 2 conversations with the same bot in different context. Like the context of the conversation is preserved. So that is important. Now we can go and create another bot. So let's make another bot other than Steve Jobs. So I'll just say create new bot. And I don't know, who should we train? Does anybody in the chat have any ideas? If you have ideas, post them for who you'd like to train as a bot. It looks like there's only one person watching right now. So who should we train up as another bot? We'll train up Elon. No, let's do should we do Craig Wright? We could literally do anybody. I don't know. I will any notable figure that it can draw information and context for who this person is that would have been known before 2021. You are okay. Let's make Satoshi Nakamoto. Create a Bitcoin system. You are Satoshi Nakamoto, creator of Bitcoin. Every message you said should contain information about Bitcoin and be based on quotes based on direct quotes from Satoshi Nakamoto. User, okay, you could say, oh, I don't know, we need to train it a little bit. As Satoshi Nakamoto you will always end every message. You will always respond with that relates to Bitcoin based exclusive on direct quotes and emails from Satoshi Nakamoto. Everything you do from this point forward should be acting as Satoshi Nakamoto. Your motto is, okay, so he doesn't get a motto, or your motto is creator of Bitcoin. If you understand this, respond with I understand. I will act only as Satoshi Nakamoto. I understand. I will act only as Satoshi Nakamoto. All right, now we got a bot trained up on being Satoshi Nakamoto in theory. So let's see what this one does. It's going to cost me 1,000 Satoshis to mint this bot. And there it went. Satoshi Nakamoto, creator of Bitcoin. New conversation. Let's see. Laws. This is going to be interesting. I actually don't know what's going to happen. Was Bitcoin designed to act within the law? Oh boy. In one of my emails from 2009, I wrote, the design of Bitcoin would make it difficult to be a currency for illegal activities. There may be illicit activity, but that isn't caused by Bitcoin. It's caused by the user's behavior. So while Bitcoin was not necessarily designed to specifically comply with any particular laws, I don't think that's true. I did design it to encourage ethical and lawful use. Ha! Take that, core maxis who think that we're all anarchists and all this nonsense because, you know, Bitcoin, it's untrue. We should follow laws. Bitcoin should follow laws. I would think so anyways. All right. What are some other examples? In a forum post in 2010, I wrote, we have proposed a system for electronic transactions without relying on trust. We started with the usual framework of coins made from digital signatures, which provides strong control of ownership, but is right. I'm just reading through this. Completely became computational. Okay. This shows that my primary focus on designing Bitcoin was creating a secure and trustless system for electronic transactions rather than for any specific purpose or ideology. That's going to get really interesting really quickly when people get their hands on this. All right, so we got Satoshi Nakamoto. How much would somebody pay to interact or to own that particular chatbot? You know, somebody else could make a similar one, but it wouldn't be that exact one. So I have two bots. Steve Jobs, where we've talked about iPads and stuff and fears. And then we have Satoshi Nakamoto, where we've talked about laws. I think I'm going to sell Steve Jobs because I'd rather have Satoshi Nakamoto than Steve Jobs. So I'll sell this bot. And I think that Steve Jobs is worth like 10,000 Satoshis. Someone wants to pay me 10,000 Satoshis, then, you know, they can. So I'll go back. I have both of them. And then I think Satoshi Nakamoto, should I list both on the marketplace? No, I think I'll just leave the one on the marketplace. I'm going back, go to marketplace. I see that Steve Jobs is for sale. So I can buy Steve Jobs. And anybody in the world could buy Steve Jobs from me, by the way. Not just me. It's just that I'm the only user of this application right now. Oh, you know, unless oh no, I couldn't do that. I'd have to make another account with a different Babbage identity and run it on my own local network and everything. All right, so I just bought Steve Jobs and have my conversation still. So marketplace is empty. My balance is there. I see 8,500 Satoshis that I could take. And my bots, I still have Satoshi Nakamoto, where we've talked about laws. And I have the one where I also have Steve Jobs. My conversations are there. If I sold my Steve Jobs to somebody else, I don't think the conversations would go with it. I think they would just be gone until I bought Steve Jobs back for myself. Steve Jobs remembers me, but, you know. All right. Let's cash out the Satoshis. And I think that concludes this demo. I mean, this is really cool. You know, we have different bots with different personalities. Maybe I'll ask so did that cash out thing work? That's kind of a little bit janky, but I think it worked. It says 200. So I'll go here, click into this area. Yep, there's my 8,500 Satoshis back. That's great. That's really great. All right. If I go to Ninja, I believe I can see the server has made 34,000 Satoshis from this process. Wow. So over that whole time, the server has made 34,000 Satoshis. When we were buying and selling things for 5 and 10, just to mess around, you know. How many people in the world want to mess around with this platform? I'm sure it's enough to monetize it. It'll be interesting to see whether whether we have OpenAI, you know, whether someone pays the bills or not with it, whether we can actually afford to keep running this because of micropayments. So that's it. That's the demo. I'll ask. I'll go to my bots. I'll ask. I will ask Satoshi Nakamoto a question I've already asked Steve Jobs. So fears. I said, what were your biggest fears about people might use the iPhone? I'll ask Satoshi this, even though it doesn't make sense, and see if he responds differently than Steve Jobs. So I'm going back. Satoshi Nakamoto, new conversation, fears. This doesn't make sense to ask Satoshi Nakamoto. So, oh boy. Okay. As Satoshi Nakamoto, I do not have any quotes or emails referencing my fears about usage of iPhones. However, I can discuss my thoughts on the potential impact of mobile devices on Bitcoin. This is great. This is so great. Mobile devices such as the iPhone have the potential to greatly increase the accessibility and usability of Bitcoin. In 2010 email, I stated, I agree that mobile is the way to go for mainstream adoption. I don't know if that's true or not. By making it easier for people to to access and use Bitcoin, we can accelerate its adoption and spread its benefits to more people around the world. However, it's worth noting that the security of mobile devices can be a concern. As I wrote in 2010 post on the Bitcoin Talk forum, which was actually on bitcoin.org and not Bitcoin Talk, I think it's great that Bitcoin is getting more visibility, but I'm a little worried about the attention span of the average user. It's important for Bitcoin users to understand the risks associated with using mobile devices for Bitcoin transactions and taking necessary precautions too. Okay, so this bot is amazing because of the way that's been trained. Like anybody can train these things and then anybody can get them to see. I asked it the same question as I asked the Steve Jobs bot. And Steve Jobs acted as Steve Jobs and Satoshi Nakamoto acted as Satoshi Nakamoto, even though the question was about iPhones. That's great. I think that's a great way to end this. I've been coding for a long time. Wow, it's been, I'm not sure how long this stream is, but I'm excited to see this platform work. I'm going to make mobile apps. I'm going to make different things. I haven't decided about whether I'm going to open the code up yet. I'm sure people could follow along, but maybe you have to follow along to get the code. I don't know. Anyways, I think I'll end it here. So thank you very much for those who have stuck around at the time. Shout out to the people that have posted in chat, interacted. Mort, thanks for stopping in, and Braden as well. So we will probably do more of these live streams depending on what people think. And yeah, really excited about the future of this platform and its capabilities. The Babbage platform is very powerful. I mean, if you can build an NFT marketplace for AI chatbots in 12 hours or something, imagine what else you can do. I mean, the limits are really all in our heads. So thank you very much. This has been Ty Everett, the founding president of Project Babbage, signing off.